Podcast is part of the Big Heads Media Podcast Network. Go to bigheadsmedia.com for more great podcasts.
Hey listener, this is Venice, and you're listening to Voice from the Underground, hosted by
Big Head, you know what I'm saying, and Judge.
If this is your first time listening, here's a little insight.
They be fighting the power, talking about social issues, politics, you know what I'm saying? And not only that, but they be keeping it fun with the sports, music, comics, and movies too.
If you like what you hear, leave us a rating and share our show with your friends.
You know what I'm saying? We on Twitter at VFU Podcast. So you can find them. So check one, too. This is Flavor Flav for the Underground Podcast. Yeah, boy.
Welcome to the Underground.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to Voice from the Underground, the podcast where politics and pop culture collide. It is Jason Dutch with the darkest of all dark nights. In fact, no dark night has ever been even anywhere near as dark. He is big, as Emmett Tucker called him, he is Big Hamas. What's up, Big Hamas? How are we, sir? You might want to come off of mute there. Here we go. Let me help you out.
Oh, well, you muted me, dude.
No, that was the infamous producer. But hello, Big Hussein.
What's up? What's going on?
Happy New Year.
Almost. Hopefully,
Almost.
It's got to be happier than this year.
And yes, that's very true. Also, let's rock and roll over to our producer extraordinaire. Feeling a little under the weather today. Hope your friend's doing okay, brother. Mickey Feminier, the king of Antifa. Welcome back to Voice from the Underground.
First of all, Haas, that was Dutch because I was eating a cheeseburger while he muted you, and he just casually threw me under the bus as he saw me chewing the food.
Yeah.
You know, I would never do you like that because that would be wrong to do to you.
Except every show when he does it.
Every once in a while.
Not me. Not me.
You know, escaping the blame as usual. All right, so we're going to have some guests join. This is going to be, we'll have a few people join here and there. If you have podcasting equipment and you want to talk, or if you have a really good cell phone connection and you want to talk about 2020, send us a message and we'll send you a DM like LeBron James and get you on the show.
Slide in.
Yeah, we'll slide into your DMs. You slide into our DMs and we'll send you a dick pic.
Okay.
That's a child. I don't know if you knew that. That was a child, Yeller.
Child what?
Bronny is a child.
Oh, so yeah, that's actually an interesting story. So did you see that thing about Pippin's wife?
Larsa, she's a big time freaking.
Oh my God.
Dude, she's the man.
And I will say,
wow.
Let me see how I got to get a picture of her up here. She is stunning. I see why she's popular amongst the male crowd. But this is her here. I'm going. There we go. This is a picture of Larsa Pippen. Oh, let's get that shared there. Let's see here. Larsa Pippen. Boom. There we go. You should be seeing this now. She looks like an older Ariana Grande.
She's had some work done too. So.
Oh, I'm sure.
People don't come out the womb looking like that. Quit playing.
No. Oh no.
But she does. There is a little Ariana Grande there, don't you see? Don't you think?
Well, Ariana Grande looks like her because Ariana Grande is probably half her age.
She looks like her and she sounds like Mariah Carey. So, but but I guess she's married to Pippin still.
Mm-hmm.
And tweeting to LeBron James's son and a few other people, a couple other NBA players.
Yeah, some dude that was married.
Yeah, she's just getting around.
And what's funny about the married dude is he's married with a kid, and he had a side chick already. So she was a side chick.
Oh, she was the double side chick.
Yeah. And the side chick went to Instagram, was like, I found out that he was cheating on me and his wife with her via social media.
Man, so she loves
a homewrecker.
Yeah, she loves penis apparently. I don't know.
No,
I guess
because she got one at home. She just don't like the one she got at home. She want everybody else.
She used to it. She need a variety.
It wasn't the shape. Didn't hit the right spots anymore.
No, it's not that.
I don't know.
You know something? People get complacent. People get comfortable. You know, and some people, you know, it's hedonistic adaptation.
It's very hedonistic, yeah.
It's hedonistic adaptation. You're like, I've been with this dude forever. And you know when you're around somebody, you can love their dirty draws the first 5-10 years. But then you start noticing all the nooks and crannies and all the bullshit that you might not like, and little things become big things, and mugs just, you know, if they don't have a foundation of gratitude, this is what happens.
You're 100% right, Haas, and she should leave all them Benzes, all them Gucci leave all that behind, and go get some dirty dick somewhere else. But she ain't gonna do that.
I'm not saying that.
She can't have it both ways. You can't take all the money and then want broke dude dick. Like, if you want to be with broke,
the thing is, she ain't messing around with broke dudes. She, you know, this dudes are in the NBA. You know,
I was about to say, I don't know if they got Pippen money, but Pippen,
it might not have Pippen money, but
Pippen historically did not get great contracts.
Well, he forced them to get him, you know, and I think he got one from he got a pretty good contract from Houston and stuff. So when he left,
Portland too, right?
Yeah, he got good money from Houston, but it wasn't money like he would have gotten today. But I mean, he was historically underpaid by the Bulls. But he signed a contract that was similar to like what the Jorge Soler contract was for those who follow baseball with the Cubs, where he signed. It was a long-term thing that he, he did it more for the longevity than for the quick payday. He didn't know. I think there was a new CBA that popped in a couple of years after his contract that would have allowed him to make a lot more money. But anyway, she is the latest and greatest trend. Excuse me, Larsa Pippen to looks like somebody's trying to join the show here that they may be having some issue with. Your guests will need to, I'll have to find out what's going on with that. We do have a couple guests, listeners who are going to try to join this show. In fact, I will pass it over to these two guys, and I'll try to find out what's happening with our guests here. Mikey, you're in charge for a second here, sir.
Oh, you get to be in charge, Mikey. You're a trustee now. You're a trustee now.
So here's no, because we ran Halloween and it was the best show of 2020. Okay, me and Big House talked to the Psycho, we talked to the Ghost Dude. Dutch, nowhere to be seen. One of the best shows. Everybody loved it. Great rewatch value. You know, you got to go back and listen to like did you hear him say "Get out"? Yeah, we had a brilliant time.
I know, man. I know. We gotta tell him.
He don't be knowing that. You know, he not gonna give us our flowers.
He gonna wait till we dead.
Yep, that's how he do.
Man, oh man. So they're voting right now on the
shit,
increased payments.
That's what I was looking. I gotta see.
So I got my wife on the case. I got my wife on the case. She said that she's gonna she'll come down and let me know what they said, what the vote is.
So, I'm getting about sick of your boy, Mitch. You better quit playing with me.
Peter Turtle.
Yo, he better quit. You better stop playing with them funds. You better run that check.
Hey, you know something? When you're rich, you know, or comfortable, then you say to people, "Oh, you don't need that. I don't need that. If I don't, so many people feel like if I don't need it, nobody else must need it. You know what I mean?
It must be the way he's thinking because everyone is literally like, "Give us the checks." And he's like,
right.
But that deficit though.
Yeah. Now, see, but here's the thing: is with the incoming Democratic administration, now the focus returns to spending and the deficit and how can we afford this. But they didn't care when they was giving that money, giving that big old tax break to the rich. They didn't care when they were, approving defense funding and stuff like that.
Well, that's the people supporting his campaign.
Mm-hmm. So it's so funny to me how when it comes to giving money to the rich, it's no big deal. But when it comes to giving money to people who really need it, who are really struggling, then it's, how can we afford this? We're being irresponsible. You know what I mean?
So when they say, hey, man, I need, and hey, Tim, what up, Tim?
What up, Tim?
Friend of the show, Tim Bristol. I'm so sick of us getting new jets when I just want abuelitas and grannies out there to go to the hospital for free. Mm-hmm. Sell three of them birds.
There's been times where the military said, "Yo, we don't need this.
Yeah. You're overspending.
Hey, we don't need this. So can you please not, but nope. We're gonna do that."
No.
So that's how it be.
I can't find the live stream.
The live stream. What happened? What happened to Mikey? Where'd Mikey go? Oh, there he is.
F5 in the wrong window.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to.
Could you still hear me?
No, what was the last thing you said?
I said, what happened to Mikey? Where'd Mikey go?
I'm trying to find the C-SPAN thing, but I guess they're not voting on C-SPAN. Or they're not streaming it.
They'll probably be on C-SPAN. They're probably not streaming it.
They usually do, though.
That's fucked up. You know how it be. Man. So, in addition to that, let's make a hard left and talk about Dwayne Haskins getting released.
Who is Dwayne Haskins?
He's the he was the quarterback for the Washington football team.
They still rocking with the football team, huh?
Yeah. Okay, so let me give you some background on this. So,
please.
Dwayne Haskins, Ohio State product. His last year at Ohio State, he threw 50 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, balled out.
I think it was 58.
Well, something like that.
Yeah.
Got picked in the Ohio State University Buckeyes. Tim Baker would love that for me to say that. But he gets picked in the first round by the Washington football team, the now Washington football team. And he gets a captaincy. And this season in particular, he's just shown a astonishing level of immaturity. Case in point, Ron Rivera, who's the coach, underwent treatment for cancer. Now, when you go through chemo treatments and things like that, it really compromises your immunity. What's up, Cole? Sports. We're talking sports right now, so it's so great that you come in.
Hey, Cole, what's happening, Cole?
So Ron Rivera goes through chemo and everything so he could be with the team. Alex Smith almost dies last year or the year before, goes through 17 surgeries so that he could be with the team. And after a loss 2 weeks ago, what does Dwayne Haskins do? He go hit the pimp trick gangster click with the strippers with no mask on or nothing. After a loss.
Yeah.
Take it. I mean, come on.
So
he got released. He got a pink slip that he so desperately earned.
He's classically immature. I think everything that I've read about this guy, and this includes, so there was a lot going on with Dwayne, and we'll get to 2020 in just a second here. We're starting out with some chatter because this is the end of 2020.
A little foreplay for y'all.
Yeah. So, but Dwayne Haskins, his release is massive on the scale that he now fits into a category of draft picks worse than Mitch Trubisky, which is a horrible list to be on. But he, even during the draft, he was plummeting. His stock was plummeting not because of character. A lot of people say he has character issues. He has immaturity issues. He doesn't have character issues. He's, by all intents, he's a good guy. He's a natural leader. He's a decent person, as was what every scout said. Very decent human being.
Right.
So this is not a Jamarcus Russell situation.
Who just had Jamarcus is Jamarcus.
But people are going to compare them automatically. But
they shouldn't yet. They shouldn't yet because he's still got time.
But he and Josh Rosen are two massive.
Oh, well, Josh Rosen
recently.
He's sitting in the stands.
Well, Josh Rosen actually landed in a very good situation, I think, for him in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan. That could be a great situation for him. I think that Haskins could fall in a good situation too. Mm-hmm. I think if he went to Houston as a backup or possibly in Dallas as a backup, he would have the tools to be a pretty decent player. But this is just classic immaturity and being in a terrible system for him. He has his own wide receiver there. I think he and Terry McLaurin, went to college together. But he just has. But even during the draft, and I'll let Cole pick this up because this is sports. But even during the draft, they said this kid needs 2 to 3 years to develop.
Yeah, and he didn't get that. So I don't think the ship has sailed yet.
No. But right after what happened with them with RG3, then we have, this is unfortunate for Washington. So, Cole, I'll let you pick that up, and I'm going to, again, try to get our other guest in here.
Oh, well, firstly, I'm sorry. I always have to do this every time I'm on the VFU podcast. Go Sports!
Oh, there it is.
Haas, is always a pleasure. Jason,
what's
pleasure,
up?
Bro. Mikey, pleasure, as always.
You sounding crispy today. Your mic is perfect today. Last time it wouldn't connect right, but you get that velvet up out of here.
Some people, did a little something to get that PS5. I think Cole did a little something to get that fresh mic. Somewhere Gladys is like, I get that mic for you.
Just pick out the one you like.
Just pick out. We go down to the Best Buy right after.
Ooh, that's a lot of money. Ooh.
Oh, if you want to go to Apt, you're gonna have to do something else. You want to go to ABT and get a mic, you gotta do a little something more.
Oh Lord!
Got to rub these bunions.
Oh Lord!
The liniment is right over there on the counter.
What? You muted yourself on accident, Cole.
You muted yourself, Cole.
Oh. Yeah, hold on. I tell you, man, that's crazy. But yeah. I had to get Lady Eloise out of my head.
Right. Marcus, darling. Can you get it just a little bit darker?
Oh my gosh.
She's your queen to be.
Oh Lord. But yeah, you all were talking about Dwayne Haskins. And
yes.
And I've already heard the comparisons to Jamarcus Russell. I'm glad you actually mentioned
That's terrible.
him.
That's terrible. I shouldn't do that to him yet.
I 100% disagree with that. It's like, no, Haskins has ability. The problem with him is maturity.
Yeah.
That's the only issue. And
how old is he? He's like 21?
No, he's 22, 23. He's around there.
On.
Yeah. No.
I remember when I was 22. Come on.
Right. Same. And I know I was not mature.
And I wasn't even half as coddled and probably successful in athletics or anything as he is. So
right.
You gotta think about that too. Is like, at Ohio State, that maturity was an issue and it got covered up. In high school, that maturity was an issue and it got covered up. Now in the pros, all of a sudden they want to hold him accountable.
Yeah, and when you,
but he should be, but
yeah, of course, and when you were, and I always say this to people because people want to make this a color issue, but when you have what you have in college to the pros in terms of even at quarterbacking, you mentioned it beautifully, coddling. There are allowances made if you're at the right program and you're doing well on the field. They will overlook a whole lot of stuff, and of course,
right. And even in the pros, if they were 6-0 or 6-3 or whatever, then guess what? He might not be released today.
That's right.
If he was a starter and they were 6-7,
that's right,
7-6 or something.
That's it.
They're not.
That's exactly where I was going to go with it. Now, it would be a totally different story if that story. It probably wouldn't even been leaked out.
It would have been like, "Oh, we heard about this incident. We're going to handle it internally."
Exactly. If they were winning, that's exactly what would be happening. But they were losing, and they wanted to make an example out of him in terms of, we want you to be the leader of the team since you are a captain of it. And here they are. They lose the game, and then he starts to want to make it rain in the club that night. And I'm thinking, Dwayne, you should know better than this. But then again, it goes to, well, are they told this in college? And many of them I don't think are.
Chaz, you said once you become a pro and have $1 billion franchise depending on you, you got to flip the switch and be a professional. If you're never taught that, if you never taught how to be a professional, how do you flip the switch? That switch ain't there. That switch ain't even on the board.
It's on the parents.
And the thing is, you have these big time programs, and that is what, as we as fans are supposed to believe, these colleges are teaching these guys that okay, when you're going to be in the pros, this is what you should expect. But that does not happen.
As long as you went, as an athletic performance coach, I'll tell you this: if I've got an athlete who's already fast, guess what? The coaches don't care if his technique is fucked up.
Nope.
They just want him to run fast. So now here I am saying, dude, your arm action is bad. Your knees are bad. This is bad. If you fix this, you'll be from a 4-4 guy to a 4-3, 4-2 guy, right? And he's been coddled so much because he's been fast all his life. Guess what he says? This is an actual quote. Man, I scored 3 touchdowns last week. I don't need to fix my technique.
Exactly. And that is what you deal with.
That's what you deal with. A lot of coaches, as long as you're performing, you can do what you want. Now, if this kid was third string running back, the coach would be like, dude, your arm action looks crazy. Your stride looks short. You know what I mean? But that wasn't the case. He just scored 3 touchdowns, so the coach don't care how you look. And that's what happens in some of these programs.
And this is something I want to spin this over to a sport that I can actually relate to, like a real sport, like basketball.
Here comes the curling reference.
Hey, yo, Brenna from the bin is a curler. You better check your tone. Don't let her watch this. You say some shit about curling, she'll fly a drone in your house so quick.
Brenna get a pass because, Brenna, that's my girl.
It's Brenna.
Lord.
This all sounds very reminiscent of the problem going down in Houston with James Harden.
Yes.
My man, he wasn't out in the club making it rain, but he was over there definitely talking about some supersize me. He wasn't missing no meals during that little break. Like, and this is what pissed off Kobe and Shaq. That's what started that feud. Is Cole, can you please speak on people not taking their responsibility as far as their conditioning and their maintenance on their body going forward?
Right.
All right. Now here's the difference between Harden and Haskins. Now Haskins is 23. He doesn't have the cachet of the league. So you have to earn your way there. Now with Harden, he's built up some years in the NBA. He's been an MVP of the league. And in my estimation, he's acting immature. And to me, Harden should know better. All because he wants to get out of a situation because he feels that his time is up and he wants to win a ring, and he sees one of his boys in a situation where he could probably get that ring, but doesn't think that his style of play could actually be injurious to that team. You do things such as making it rain in the club. You do things such as go to little baby birthday parties without a mask or social distancing. Only a week before you actually appear on the team, and you're supposed to be in training camp when that birthday party happens. It's just those immature things that's what's frustrating. And it's more frustrating with Harden for me than with Haskins because, dude, you've been in the league at least a decade. You know better than this. You can't do that. You can't do that.
And I think the training camp issue is so much more important because now he can't even quarantine right. So even if he wanted to do his own thing, now you don't put the whole team at risk because it's only been 4.5 days since you was just over there.
Mm-hmm.
And I love Harden. Well, I love Harden's game on the court, but I would never play on a team with him. Never in a million years.
And that is the issue that I see. Just how he is in terms of how he is as a man screams cancer. And you don't ever want to say that about a player, but just the way he moves just makes you say, I don't think I can win with this guy because he risks literally the health of the team with his selfishness. That's not what a leader is supposed to be. And that's the commonality between a Harden and a Haskins.
Because how many superstars did he run out of Houston?
Oh,
like 4?
At least 4. At least that many.
And he
ran Westbrook out.
Yeah, him and Russ, they were like, "Oh, we about to be homies. We about to be homies like old days."
Ran him out after 1 year.
Yeah, I got to get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're leaving? I'm still gonna leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you want to leave because you don't know if you can yet because you're still under contract. I'm still gonna break out.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Because I don't want to chance it. I don't want to chance me staying thinking that you're gonna get traded and you not get traded.
Right. Yeah, he begged Chris Paul to get there.
I don't even know. I don't even know who would pick up a James Harden like player because everybody's putting in their hours in the gym. Everybody's doing their quarantine. Everybody's playing by the rules now. So a Harden who doesn't want to keep his body up is breaking quarantine and doing all. It's like, what's the point of even having you now? Because at this point, yeah, you can give me 45 a night. Mm-hmm. If the league allows you to play, you can't just break the bubble protocol. They'll put you out.
Mm-hmm. And they should put him out. I mean, they had a game they were supposed to play, and because of him, and I really say majorly because of him, they had to cancel the whole game.
Yeah.
And so if that doesn't get into his mind, if that doesn't register in his mind that, oh, wait a minute, my actions can actually have an adverse effect on not just the team, but the league, then there's something wrong with him.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He's a beard. He does what he wants.
The the individual responsibility crowd does have some correctness here and there. I do want to shift because we're going to talk about a lot of shit today to one more recent story before we go back to January. Kamala Harris obviously is going to be the vice president. Of course, the Republicans say she'll never become VP, and that of course there's a coup in the works to kill off Biden, like he needs help. Weeks into the presidency, installing her as the president because that's the Democratic initiative.
Yeah.
And I've even seen our own listener, Alan Cooper, say that she will step aside and give the presidency to Hillary. So,
what the fuck? Come
on. So the conspiracy runs deep. But
what the heck is going on with these people?
Put the Clintons back in charge.
Got to get the Clintons back in power.
We are not a country unless there's a Clinton in power.
Oh Lord, she means we have to hear lock her up chants again.
They haven't stopped.
No, they'll never stop. They'll go on forever. But I would think that the left just, the right obviously can't stand Kamala Harris for plainly obvious reasons. But anyway, Alex Padilla, the Secretary of State from California, was chosen to fill her Senate seat by Gavin Newsom, who, by the way, I am starting to think the recall looks really possible. They have 900,000 signatures now for Gavin Newsom. They only need 600,000 more in a state this big. That's not going to be that difficult to get. And if they do get 600,000 more signatures, 1.5 million is the benchmark. He will be recalled and fired and then forced to run again, or they'll have a runoff election in April.
Oh, geez.
So there is, I mean, this is not a presidency. It's not impeachment. This is a different thing. But nonetheless, Alex Padilla is the new senator designate from California, taking over Kamala Harris's spot as of, I believe Kamala is sworn in just before the president. So she will stay in Congress until when everything goes down on January 6th, which is going to be another shit show because there's going to be objections.
Did you hear about the Proud Boys protest or something like that? That's supposed to happen.
They have another protest. No, I didn't hear about this one.
Yeah, but
we'll talk about that. I do want to hear about that, but there's been a lot of backlash with this Alex Padilla choice. Because especially the mayor of San Francisco complaining that he is not a woman of color. Now I'm kind of torn on this because the rationalist in me wants someone who I don't care what race or color you are, as long as you care about the right policy, I will vote for you, or I will support your ascending into a role of power. Now, on the other hand, we have to acknowledge the fact that she was the only African-American woman in the Senate. And now there's only 2 African-Americans in the Senate, which is an indictment on the United States political structure. Because now only Cory Booker and Tim Scott are the only 2 black folks in the Senate. So think about that. The Republicans have as many black people as the Democrats do. That's a little bit odd. Now on the House side, it's far more diverse. But but there was a cry that he should have selected another black woman. I know a little bit about Alex Padilla. Well, we'll let you answer that. But Alex Padilla is Secretary of State. He has a somewhat conservative record in the California Senate before he was secretary. He hasn't really been Secretary of State long enough to do much except oversee this corrupt election, of course, because he is the reason that, he's part of the deep state that helped fix this election, of course, because that's that's what the Secretary of States do. But his major policy implementation was a ban of plastic bags. So, but that being said, he does have a long history of being, a blossoming Latino politician, and he is now the first ever Latino from California to be into the Senate. So this is still historic, and he was backfilled as Secretary of State by a woman of color. So again, it's policy for me over the racial characteristics, but I think we have to at least acknowledge both columns. So, but any thoughts on this particular Haas? Go ahead. What's your thoughts on the selection of Alex Padilla over anyone else?
What's the problem?
Okay, next topic. So there we go.
This is a distraction.
I don't agree with picking somebody black or picking a woman for the sake of picking somebody black or picking a woman.
For me, the Dodgers mask is a disqualifier, though.
Well, something. He can be a Dodgers fan. That's cool.
Good Lord, really?
But I don't like that. I don't like that. That the optics of that. You know what I mean? If the guy or the person that is picked is a good to great candidate, then there you go. And when we start saying, "Oh, he should have picked a woman," then you're trying to you're doing what you fought against. You know what I mean? Or you should have picked a black person. You're doing what you fought against. If you're actively seeking out the best candidates to fill positions and fill roles,
they are who we thought
that's
they
what
were.
You do. Now you might say, I'm going to make an effort to evaluate candidates of color or evaluate female candidates.
He did do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. But in the end, it's going to come down to qualifications. It's going to come down to ability to do the job. It's going to come down to do these things. I'm going to add opportunity, yes, with qualified candidates that I believe are qualified, but then the best qualified in all facets, in all aspects, not just resume, is who I'm going to pick.
Now,
you know what I mean?
Let me add a caveat for you as you finish your thought.
Mm-hmm.
He and Gavin Newsom are like BFFs.
Okay.
So does that play into your? He's a strong ally of Newsom. Is that? I mean, that's. I mean, Trump would do. Trump, of course, would do the same thing, right? But
you know something. Humans in general, you know, if they have a tight relationship with someone, you know, they tend to favor that person's opinion or whatever. You know what I mean? I would think that in a position like that, yes, we have a tight relationship, but because of that, I have to actually scrutinize you more and make sure that you're more qualified, because if there are any blemishes that other people are strong in, that's going to be heightened and focused on by those our detractors. You know what I mean? So if I'm looking for another trainer, and Mikey, who I'm tight with, is a great trainer, but he's got some deficiencies, and somebody else is another great trainer, and they fill those deficiencies. You know what I mean? If people know, oh, he got the job because he tight with Hassan, not because he's the best candidate, that makes me look bad. So if I'm Gavin, I'm scrutinizing my friends more than I scrutinize other candidates. I'm holding them to a higher standard. You know what I'm saying? That's just me, though. It might not be Gavin. Gavin might be like, fuck it.
I mean, honestly, if we could all just look back at Rod Blagojevich, let me tell you guys something.
Blago, baby.
This seat,
the recently pardoned Rod Blagojevich.
Bleeping golden, baby. It's bleeping golden.
Listen, I've got this thing. It's got a lot of value, and I'm gonna, Jesse Jackson Jr. I want to put you in this position.
Is he in jail still?
No, he got pardoned by Trump.
No, Jesse Jackson
Jr.
Jr.
Jackson Jr., dude.
Oh, you think Trump was going to pardon him?
Fuck no. I think he's still in. No. He's home. He's home. He got home a couple years ago, I think.
Hey, yo, but, Trump.
I think his wife left him. Trump. I think his wife left him.
Oh, he done lost his old lady too. Trump, you a dog for that. Why ain't you gonna get Jesse? Y'all wrong. Y'all left my mans up in there. You let Blago out. You should have let them both out at the same time.
Free Triple J.
Well, he did. Blagojevich did put in Roland Burris, which was a historic pick in and of itself. But Burris had even said he wasn't going to stay he wasn't going to run for re-election. So
that boy couldn't even spell Senate.
But Blagojevich or Roland Burris?
Roland Burris.
Oh. Wow, that's all right. I'm not going to go there, but
I said it. He did come see about me, Roland. I ain't
as an assemblyman in Chicago and a congressman, I didn't have too many issues with him, except for the fact that he covered up for Daley far too much.
Try to keep them checks coming.
Yeah, and Daley, of course, is in bed with the mafia, literally,
and
Soros. Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, he's.
Well, we're right back to Hillary Clinton. I knew we'd get there.
Yeah. I knew Clinton Foundation.
The funny thing is,
Daley.
The funny thing is that Soros is so far away from where Daley was on the political spectrum. Mm-hmm. It's not even funny. Now, Clinton and Daley, buddies. I mean, Bill Daley was huge with the Hillary campaign. He was in the Obama White House, and Bill Daley was. He's a Clinton, I think he sleeps in the same bed as Hillary, possibly. We know that Bill doesn't.
Bill ain't there.
Yeah. So all right. So, all right. So let's go back in our time machine. All right. So we're back on January 3rd. Okay. Right on the heels of Trump pardoning a war criminal in the tail end of 2020 or 2019 who had killed Iraqi children
Yeah.
You remember this David Gallagher character?
Yeah.
That happened at the tail end of the year, as well as the impeachment was that basically the House part of that finished up in the very, very tail end of 2019. So we go into 2020 on the heels of the pardoning of a war criminal, and then him campaigning for Trump as a hero.
Yes, as a hero. He's a hero.
Yes,
Oh.
and impeachment. Nancy Pelosi waiting to walk the. I mean, Nancy Pelosi wants to wait and then have it on TV, and she'll march the impeachment documents down the aisle. And the cameras are watching it like it's some spectacle. Hand the goddamn papers over.
Have special pins for the event when they sign the articles of impeachment.
And then this one here, then yes, put that pen there.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to be such a colossal failure. I can't wait to present it. Anyway, January 3rd, there is a strike against the Iranian military leader, Quassem Soleimani. So this starts.
Great job on the pronunciation there.
Well, we heard his name enough back in January. It might be Quassem, but it's Quassem or Qasim Soleimani.
Probably Qasim.
Now, Soleimani.
I was like, do I shit on him now or do I wait?
Shit later. Who cares?
Hey, we'll have a play later. The scat play will be later after.
There's plenty of time to shit on me.
Okay.
Later,
Voice from the Underground after dark.
It's like the big pop-up album. He's like, so the bitch asks, can she shits on me? So after she shits on me.
She wanted him to shit on her in that.
Oh yeah, that's right. So I shit on the
bitch.
I
shits on the bitch.
So anyway, Soleimani is taken out in a drone airstrike. I forget which of the two it was, but along with another insurgent. Now, the problem with this is this: Soleimani was supporting extremist groups on one side of the Muslim aisle, while we were supporting extremist groups on the Saudi side,
of course,
of the Muslim aisle.
Hit the button,
of course.
Yeah, so there is. I don't have this. As you can see, I'm in the room, so there's no soundboard today. But but he.
What kind of half?
But they take this guy out. We're always half baked. What are you talking about? When what the fuck are you? Do you think that when have we been fully?
Normally we're like 60% baked.
Now we never let the yeast fully blossom.
We're just a big pan of no bakes. That's what we are.
Cole's hitting the mood lighting.
We had another guest.
Van Dross will be wafting over soon.
We had another guest who was going to try to join us, but
Andrew Davis.
Okay,
I don't know if I know Drew.
Well, we'll get him. So, welcome into the show. We'll pause here as we are joined by Andrew Davis. So Andrew Mecca Davis, as I know him on Facebook.
Andrew, what?
It's Mecca, right? Mecca.
It's Mecca. It's an anime joke that my friends have.
Is it 2 C's in Mecca or is it 1 C?
CH.
It's MECHA.
Oh, like Gundam, bro.
I don't get it.
Yeah, exactly.
I speak the language.
Did we just become best friends,
sir? Yeah. I speak jive.
Now, Andrew is someone who I met a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. He is a conservative.
AOL chat room.
Yeah, we met on 4chan. And he is a conservative, so we do have he loves fascism, he loves racism, and he loves to kill make sure we don't murder babies because he jumps into the womb and saves them.
Save that baby and then cut off the snap.
But he was supposed to come on the show a long time ago and never hooked up, and then so we got him on for today. Awesome. So he'll help us out with this recap. But we were just talking about Qasim Soleimani starting out the year. So we'll start with your guys' reaction to just your thoughts back on these how the year started out. You had impeachment, you had the Gallagher pardoning, which took place in the tail end, the 29th of December of 2019. That was still a big story then. And then Soleimani hits. So we're only at January 3rd. So any thoughts from any of you guys, and just chime in as you wish on Soleimani the impeachment walk, the walking through, the parading of the documents through the Pentagon.
One of my biggest,
not the Pentagon, but you know what I mean.
One of my biggest criticisms of Obama was the drone strikes, and I'm sorry, I don't give a damn if y'all think it's safer, if y'all think it's better. If we don't belong over there, we don't belong over there. But it's not up to us to just restructure how countries are set up through bombs, because all that happens is
we do it all the time.
And we just keep making power vacuums that are filled by power vacuums that are filled by power. And we're not.
You let Bissell in there, then Hoover takes over, then Dirt Devil.
Yeah, you can't just bomb your way. You can't bomb prosperity and freedom into a country. You just make them resentful and
create terrorists.
And you create terrorists.
But the U.S. will try and keep trying.
I mean, my issue with the drone strikes is that even taking aside the entire issue with us bombing a country, we as a military actually sort of put the people who are flying those drones in Vegas at the same level with boots on the ground, which is crazy, because when you have boots on the ground, and I have friends who are veterans, and they can get their legs blown off by an IED, and you have some guy in Vegas flying a drone. I mean, I think those two things are very different. Not to say that even if we have to fly drones, but that bothered me under the Obama administration tremendously, because if somebody is in Iraq or Afghanistan and they're 4 years away from their family or 6 months away from their family, and some guy is in Vegas and is a 2-hour drive away from his family, I think those two things are very different, and they should 100%. Not be rewarded the same. You should not be given a medal the same way as being actively deployed in a foreign country that more or less hates you.
100%. 100%. Because, dude, if you're going home at the end of the day, and it's a couple-hour drive, or at the end of the week, and it's a couple-hour drive, and there's no danger of you running over a bomb as you drive home, that takes a whole lot of the stones necessary to do what you do out of it. When you're over there in hostile territory, and you know that with each grain of sand you pass over, you could get blown out of the freaking the universe. That's a whole different thing. And to be cool and calm and to do your job under those circumstances is admirable.
And that's before you jump in, Cole, I'm sorry. It's the same thing when we hate it when cops live in a nice neighborhood, but then they go to the hood and then they want to police everybody. You don't know those people. You don't have to interact with them. They're not your neighbors, so you don't care. And you can just treat them a certain way. But if you live in the neighborhood that you're supposed to be, protecting or enforcing rule of law onto,
serving.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It hits different. You know what I'm saying? You can't just run around and act all kind of crazy if you have to go back within a mile of these people. But if you
I know him, he lives over there.
Oh, I know
it's kind of like,
that's the falafel guy. That's the falafel guy. Everybody calm down. That's the falafel guy. I know him. But you don't get that nuance when you're just literally dropping things on an infrared screen thousands of miles away.
Right.
Oh my.
So Andrew, what were your thoughts on the Soleimani assassination when it took place?
I mean, I understand why we do things in America, and I get it. And this isn't a Trump thing. This isn't, this goes back all the way to Clinton with dropping and drone strikes. And I happen to know stuff about this because I used to be in D.C. and certain legislation came up.
Used to be a spook.
Used to be in Washington, D.C. and used to work
Mr. Snowden, welcome to the program.
Right.
So I understand why we do it. And
Born Davis.
and then it's crazy. Go figure me out.
AKA
maybe I am Snowden. Who knows?
He's the Winter Soldier.
Right. Hey, Bucky.
but in all seriousness,
it is time to unleash the white wolf.
Mecca. Codename Mecca.
And for my second comic.
Oh my God! I'm sorry.
Oh,
But I get why we did it, and I understand why we did it, and I also realize that this guy's a bad guy in general. But I don't necessarily disagree in getting rid of him. I just don't like the fact that we are global, and that I just don't think. I think like we created this problem in the last 30 years, and now it's we're
even
too
longer
deep
than
in.
that.
We're too deep in where we have to go through it, and we have to take this attitude, and this is just what U.S. foreign policy is.
Right.
Because it wasn't about them being bad or creating terrorism. We don't want them to become a government like us and oppose us. We don't want another Russia on our hand. We don't want another China, and that's what this is about, because it's about hegemon government, and we don't want hegemon government, and that's why we suppress. That's what our entire Navy is about as well. The whole point of the U.S. Navy is to prevent hegemon governments from popping up, and so that we're only dealing with 2 or 3 of them, which is Russia and China at a given time. So that's why we bomb these countries and do what we do, because it suppresses them in that fashion.
Well, we've been doing this for a lot longer. I think it's safe to say than we really started doing this during and immediately post World War II on a real global scale.
That's what I was just getting ready to say.
Yeah, we implemented along with Britain. We kind of helped Britain. First of all, it started with Israel, right? We helped literally create a country for Israel,
where people already lived.
Yeah, where I don't want to get into the
let's not get into that. That's a
the
whole rabbit
deep
hole.
politics dating back to the 1940s. It's a whole box of worms.
The fact that we gave
lit the firecracker and ran back on the porch like
exactly. So we implemented the end of days there, but I think one of the big ones was we, along with Britain, set up governments in Saudi Arabia, which is why Saudi Arabia is the only monarchy in the Middle East, because Britain is a monarchy. So they set up a monarchy with our blessing. And then we did the same thing in Iran. We set up a secular government in Iran, which caused women to run around in swimsuits and really piss off the fundamentals. So the fundamentalists there. So,
goddamn Levi's jeans.
Yeah. How dare you let this woman not wear, become more progressive in her views.
Well, we know how we messed it really up, right? We forgot the most important thing: golf.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell me what you're talking about.
No. If when countries that we get along with the best are great golfers, so instead of when they have great golf courses and they're building our putters like the Japanese and Japan, and the UK has great golf courses, that's what solves everything. Because instead of everybody blowing each other up,
so Trump is the greatest president ever.
Don't you say that?
Especially with this president, golf courses.
Hey, you know something? I was watching something earlier. They were interviewing Jim Gray, who wrote this book, Talking with Goats or Walking with Goats or something like that. And he was talking about how he was golfing with Donald Trump. And Trump's Trump was like, so am I the best amateur golfer that you've ever golfed with? He's like, no, I golfed with Tiger Woods before he went pro. He's like, well, am I the best older golfer that you ever? He's like, no, I golf with Jack Nicklaus. Nicholas. He's like, well, am I the best
ugly,
the best golfer in New Jersey? And he said, well, I had never golfed in New Jersey, so I told him, yeah, he's the best. He's the best golfer. And then he said, Trump was like, make sure that gets into the story.
Of course.
Well, it's Andrew. Look, we've had 20 conservatives on this show. None of them have ever proven to us one thing about Trump that we thought was good. You did it in 2 seconds. His golfing saved the world. So
yes,
congratulations.
Except for in Scotland, where they're trying to
just go home now.
Redo the election. I'm on board. I'm voting Trump this time because golf will save us.
Golf matters.
In all seriousness, though, I mean, from a cultural standpoint, it's the idea that the countries who get along with the best have our ideals, and not even so much politically, but they have things like Burger King or Starbucks, and they're culturally
they're looking like they're cultural. They're adopting Western European culture,
and so the problem with what Iran happened is that I think we introduced bikinis and swimsuits. And look, I'm American, and I think most American guys like women in bikinis and swimsuits. I don't think that's a controversial
you get the right
statement.
woman in the right one piece, and you
exactly. But I think that we forgot to introduce other cultural elements into it, and their entire culture is different. And I'm not an Irani expert by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that's where part of a lot of stuff fails with us. That when we try to go and reform a country, we only go, hey, going back to the drone strikes, we bomb and then we set up a democracy. But guess what? It's like with India, we go back in history, part of the issue where they had a revolution was that like those bullets that they were doing were made with like cow fat or pig fat. And that offended them tremendously because we didn't understand their culture. And now if you look at a Burger King or a McDonald's in India.
Yeah, let's throw a Burger King in Pakistan.
There's all this stuff that's special in those Burger Kings. And like New Delhi, for instance, they don't have the same meat that we have in America. So if you go to a Burger King in India,
them chicken sandwiches over there, I bet you they slap. Because they ain't got no beef on the menu. They got all the herbs and spices riding on that chicken sandwich. Popeyes be damned.
Yeah, and we'll throw in a JJ's Rib Shack in Iraq or in Iran and say, here, have some pork, guys. It's fucking amazing. Be like America, eat pork. India, eat beef, and we'll do nothing.
General's fried chicken. It's just butt kicking.
we move.
Gotta try this chicken, baby. That's an order.
We want to be like America. Well, they did do that. And I've said this before. They did do that in Japan because in Japan, the guy who brought McDonald's into Tokyo literally, and this is the weird part about Japanese culture and their idolization of white people. And this is a true story. I've said this before. The guy who brought McDonald's to Tokyo literally said that if Japanese people eat McDonald's for 1,000 years, they will develop blonde hair and blue eyes. Blue hair and blonde eyes.
Oh shit! They're going Super Saiyan.
So they will become white people within 1,000 years, within 20 small generations. So he literally went on TV, and people were like, "What?" And they ran to McDonald's, and they just started pushing Big Macs down their throat. So as we move through January, and this is the crazy shit about 2020, right? I'm just going to read to you a couple of things. We've already talked about Soleimani. We've already talked about impeachment. We haven't really delved into impeachment because that's a 4-hour podcast by itself. But you had Puerto Rico was hit by a 5.9 Richter scale earthquake, which of course got no help from them, from us on that. Yeah. We had the obviously Iran came back and retaliated against us in a weird way. Remember, I think they had called their own that was bullshit. Said, hey, get out of here. We're going to drop a bomb so we don't look stupid. We had the Democratic debates going on in Iowa when we still had a full slate of 4,621 candidates from the Democratic Party.
Oh yeah, that was the best.
The presidential candidates in the history of American politics.
And then we had the release of the wonderful DC film Harley Quinn. Which,
that was a good film to look at.
I actually liked that movie, but it didn't do particularly well.
I didn't see it, so I'm out of this one.
It was movie? The Harley Quinn movie.
Harley Quinn, the emancipation of Harley Quinn. It was called Birds of Prey.
Yeah.
And then we run through into the March for Life anti-abortion protests. So Donald Trump spoke at the March for Life. And then we had a lot of issues that spawned out of that. So we're starting out.
We can't forget about Kobe Bryant. We can't forget about Kobe.
You're okay. We're only at January 22nd.
Okay.
Yeah, he has been down to the end of the month.
He doesn't die for 4 more days. So
I'm sorry.
Doc Brown. Doc Brown. Get back in the DeLorean. Get back in the goddamn DeLorean. All right, so you just fucked up everything up. So let's go to January 26th. So impeachment happened a few days before that. Obviously, COVID started. The first case of coronavirus in the United States was confirmed by the Center for Disease Control on the 21st. The Raiders relocated officially to Las Vegas on the 22nd, and then on the 26th, the day of the Grammys. Cole, I'll let you pick up. I want you to talk about the Kobe thing and how did that all hit you?
Well, it was to be really corny. It was a wonderful day. It was a calm, gorgeous Sunday.
For me, it's the same way,
and it really felt.
Yeah, that's literally how it was for me.
And I could joke about that, but that's exactly how it was for me. It was just a regular, calm Sunday. And I was chilling with my wife. And I remember just coming from the bathroom, and I sit down. And my wife actually says, "Babe, guess what happened?" I said, "What?" They said that Kobe just died. I'm like, "What? No, that can't be. That can't be." So then I went and I read that his daughter died, but I didn't see that they confirmed that Kobe died. Well, then, of course, 15 minutes later, they confirmed that he died too. And I could tell you that it hit the sports world so hard that no matter if you were a reporter, a journalist, a player, front office personnel, owners, even if you played in other sports, it was a pall that I have not seen in the world of sports in a good while. And I think what we learned about that incident is that you can have a talent such as Kobe in the sporting world, and you don't really recognize how much of an impact that person has until it's gone. And mind you, this guy retired 5 years before this unfortunate death happened. So you realize this guy is now he's in and he was getting in stride into his retirement.
Yeah, second career, his second.
Yeah. And his second career was going to be vast. I mean, he had a hand in Hollywood. He had a hand in the business world, and he was about to have a hand in the sports world again. And then all that is gone. And then he was about to actually help women's basketball go to the next level. Because his daughter Gianna was an absolute freak at 13. So
with Kobe as your daddy, she didn't really have much of a choice.
Well, true.
She was gonna be great.
Yeah. So this guy was going to have one of the greatest careers outside of athletics that we would have ever seen in the history of sports, period. And all of that just gets snuffed with a helicopter accident. All of that gone within a snap. And that is what was really so heartbreaking about the whole situation.
I mean, I was literally at a water park. I was at a water park with my family and with a family friend, and she's like, Kobe Bryant just died. I said, and I yelled it, "You are lying." And she shows me the phone. And I was sitting up like this, and I just slumped. Yeah. And it was one of those things where, Kobe at different points of his career as a professional basketball player was someone that I loved to hate, because I felt like he was just really trying to mimic Jordan. And I hold Jordan in high esteem as far as a basketball player. And I'm like, he's just trying to be Jordan. But
right
before LeBron, Kobe was the guy that I always said, I love to hate him on the court, but I cannot hate on what he does off the court, except for the whole Colorado thing. But
of course,
you know what I mean? He had such an impact off the court and the things that he did in the communities and things like that.
Trump called that his greatest moment, by the way.
And the way Trump would. But and the way he was, if you followed him a little bit, you could see how he was setting himself up to move into that second career that he was burgeoning into in retirement. He was putting the pieces in place for a long time before he actually got to that moment. And that's something that, you know, I want to instill in my kids and things like that on how to, you know, have your life plan going. And it's just it was terrible to see. As a sports fan, it really hit me. But then knowing all of the potential that was to come, because most of my use of Kobe for my kids was to be like, look at Kobe, look at Magic, look at Shaq, look at what they're doing after the sports. Look at how they're moving in the business world. Look at how they're moving and setting themselves up to set up generational wealth for their families. You know what I mean? And that's more important than the sports for me. I want to instill in my black children that aspect, that business acumen, that entrepreneurial acumen. And that's what I wanted for. That's what I was hoping. Like, okay, Kobe's a younger guy, you know, not as old as Magic, not as old as Shaq. He's a younger guy. They might relate more to him. And thank God, right now that we have LeBron now, that I can move into that kind of that role as somebody younger that they can relate to possibly, and say, oh, okay, I see what that young dude is doing. So it's not some old dude like Magic that I have to refer to.
Magic about 300 years old, and he got 537 teeth.
He was 148 years old when he fought.
So I took the Kobe situation differently because I was on Twitter and I've seen all that stuff where it's like, oh, fake, you know, hoax and all that stuff. I'm like, oh, this can't be real, you know, because I'm saying to myself, like, oh, great, he's just a victim of another one of these fake death hoaxes. And then as it started coming in, I'm like, oh my God, this is real. Like, what just happened? And I don't know how to, like, and I'm not a big basketball fan, you know, I'm more into football and that stuff. But I was like, everybody knows Kobe. And I'm like, what just happened? Like, and all I could feel was like, what questions, you know, how did this happen? And then I didn't even know about his daughter at that point.
Right.
And I'm like, oh my God. And then my first reaction is like, what must that be like for his wife and for the rest of his family? And because I don't even think the Kobe thing for me wasn't the greatest tragedy. It was the fact that his daughter was with him. That's what hit me the hardest.
Could you imagine that? Could you imagine going down in that helicopter and you're sitting next to your kid?
And I think it was like two of her teammates too.
Yeah, two of the teammates and parents.
Two of her teammates.
Or was it just
and their parents?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine being in that situation and I have my kid next to me and I know what's going to happen in a few seconds. You know what I mean? That, oh my God. You know, you guys know me. You know how I love my kids. And I just, to be able to look at your kids and to be helpless to affect the outcome, you know, because all we're about as parents, I think most of us have kids except for Mikey. Andrew, you got kids?
Mm-mm.
So, you know, what we do
I'm 27. I'm still young.
He looks all happy. You see how he's like,
yeah, he is happy. He does look happy. He doesn't have any clothes.
No, I'm not ready to have a kid. That's why.
Yeah, you don't have any bags. You don't have any bags under your eyes or anything. So you don't have.
I got enough problems. I just moved back from DC to Connecticut like 5 days ago, so I have enough problems on my desk at the moment.
Yeah. See,
I
his
can't
biggest
point the
problem
right
was
direction
moving
here.
back from DC to Connecticut. And that's his biggest. That's a no kids problem right there.
You see how I can't point the right? Like I instinctively want to point this way.
Yeah.
But these three guys up here. Well, he just changed it around now. But I was just saying, these three guys up here. You see these bags? Okay, we all have. Now look down here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look how young and energetic they look.
Yeah. You're about to go for it.
You see all this alcohol back here? Yeah. You see this? You know why?
They're like, well, I just ran 6 miles this morning. We walked up the stairs.
Yeah. Well, okay, I did get up and work out this morning, but
okay.
Don't even try and get Haas better not say that that's him. His
No,
motherfucker
I did
over
not.
here, he over
did.
here changing transmissions with his bare hands. Like, oh, you need your engine lifted up out of your
No.
truck. Hold on, buddy. Just rip that on up out
Now,
of
do
there.
you know
And
what was
big, strong armed itself.
Oh.
I ain't trying to hear nothing from Haas.
Man,
Now-
this is
now-
just well placed fat, man. There's no muscle involved here at all.
But you
My
were
wife
wrapping
will
up.
tell you she just walked off. She's
Cole,
like, "Yep."
you were wrapping up on Kobe.
Yeah. Now, do you know
Wait, is
what?
it me
what
or did
was
Cole's
really-
voice get deeper?
I don't know. It did get a little deeper.
I think.
Pause.
Wow. Yeah. When we have him on at noon,
Now
we
look,
have
you
him on
can't.
at noon. as
Cole
opposed
can't hear him.
You got to
Oh,
get him on
my.
here at midnight.
Yeah, Cole can't hear him. Cole can't hear himself talk. But I think his audio is slightly slowed down a little bit. So
He's
you
got the
sound
Barry
like
White button. He's got the
yeah,
Barry
you
White
sound
button.
like you hit the Barry White voice button right now.
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
We really did it, didn't we, baby?
Yeah, make your comment and then leave the stream and come back. It might fix that problem. But
Yeah, definitely.
that's how his voice sounds.
no, he does sound sexy though. Wow.
That's because his mic. His
Luther,
mic
what's
wasn't
up,
working.
Luther?
His mic wasn't working last time, remember? And that's why it sounded bad. But now this is the real deal Holyfield right here.
No, this is.
Yeah.
I've talked to him enough to know his voice.
Sound
Oh Lord, but this tragedy was so 2020 because we had to deal with a lot of things, such as how people wanted to bring back, and I'm glad you mentioned the house, the allegations of what he did in Colorado.
It's
back
not
in
a big
2002,
loss because he was a piece of
2003.
shit. I mean, it was disturbing.
Right. Yeah. And I was like, wow, so we can't really grieve the loss of someone who actually in the intervening 16 years, tried to pour into his 4 daughters' lives, tried to right the wrong with his wife, and see that he also is a human being just like we all are, because I'm not excusing the fact that he was sexually improper with a woman, but we have those times where we do things that we regret in life, and Kobe was no different. So why are we going to hold that over his head? Say, well, heck, along this Me Too stuff, we shouldn't even celebrate this guy's life. And he was insignificant because look how he treated this one woman in Colorado.
It's extremely hypocritical. I mean, and obviously I like Trump and all that stuff, but Trump was obviously the president, and he has done stuff. I mean, he's on his 3rd, possibly 4th wife, if we want to look at that, and we can look at it any which way. And so I just think it was extremely hypocritical. And I get the Me Too movement. I mean, I'm a big wrestling fan, and then I know it's a little bit off topic, but in March of this year, the Me Too movement has broken out in the wrestling world. On the indie scene, and it's been a disaster. And there's been consequences, and a lot of people have been more or less outed. But I get that we can't excuse that behavior. But at the same time, he also did go on a path of redemption. And so, at some point we have to say, well, we have a president who's on his 3rd wife, who obviously had an affair and did certain things. And guess what? Half of America, what is the divorce rate in America? 50%. So it's like, wait a second, people are cheating. It's very hypocritical of this country. But at the same time, obviously, we do need to say, well, he's not a perfect human being, and it's a bit complicated. But to call him a piece of shit, like after a while, but you know what it is? If you were, and I'm gonna say this, if you're a woman who was raped, obviously you have a right. And I think that if you want to call him a piece of shit and you were the victim of something like that, I mean, who am I to disparage your feelings at the same time? Really complicated. But to take away his career and what he's done for so many people and the joy he's brought, it's complicated, to put it very, very nice, but I'm not the one who's going to call him a piece of shit, because I don't think calling somebody publicly when they just died and with their daughter in a helicopter that went down, I mean, it's just inappropriate to publicly do that.
Yeah.
And that came, to be fair, that came from both extremes, right? You had people on the left who were like, we shouldn't celebrate this person because of this, and then you had people on the right who were like, we shouldn't celebrate this person because of this other set of facts. Who is he? He's just an athlete, et cetera, et cetera. There's there's a tendency, I think, from the right to not respect. I think, I hate the stereotype, but it is what it is. Athletes of color as like, well, they're just an athlete of color, you know, like they were, but they did do that to Kobe Bryant. But on the left, it was equally bad. And when we get to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, we'll see the opposite of this.
We got to keep going quicker because we're still in January. I am not staying here for 5 hours. Y'all got me.
Hey, you know what? We know that this is the in and out as you please show. So, Paul, we were expecting this to be a couple of hours, but all right. So let's so we move forward.
February 1st
to on January 31st. Sorry.
Oh my God.
The Senate votes 51-49 against calling witnesses in the impeachment trial. Just shortly after that, the impeachment was pretty much over. So what I want to ask you guys regarding that and the subsequent handling of the ban on travel to China, when it came to Trump, I want to talk about both those things really briefly. So I'm going to put a clock on this, but real quick, I will agree that the rhetoric that Trump did, the left did attack Trump and called him racist and everything like that for putting a ban on China. Now, as it turns out, and putting travel restrictions on a lot of other countries, in hindsight, knowing what we know now, I am happy to say that I think that it was done perhaps too late. But what I will say, though, is that he had, because of the fact, and I'd like Andrew to reply to this, because of the fact that he had spent 4 previous years talking about banning other countries, specifically countries like China and Iran, and obviously we had the Muslim ban that took place right after he went in, and he had the shithole countries comment and a multitude of other things. I don't think that, Andrew, you could really, if you think about all that, say, you know, not understand the fact that when we first saw this, and being arrogant Americans who had been through swine flu and, you know, with H1N1 and Zika and everything, and didn't really have a massive effect on our economy, that we kind of really thought, well, it's not going to be a big deal. Trump's just doing this because he wants to put a ban on another country.
Can I jump in real fast though?
Yeah.
We cannot forget that when this ban was instituted, you know, we still had another 400,000 people travel or 40,000 people travel after the ban was instituted because of certain exceptions and things like that. So that also makes it look like the optics are bad, because if you're banning, you're banning. You know, why are you letting Chinese businessmen fly back and forth for business purposes and stuff like that? Why are you letting Americans fly there for business purposes? But anyway, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. So, Andrew, your thoughts on, like, again, just to kind of phrase it, or to frame it.
I don't think.
You know, what was your thoughts on the whole?
I don't think that it was COVID related. I really don't. I think it was negotiations. I think it was also him sort of punishing China a little bit. And look, you know what is? I think that there's a whole economic debate that can ensue, and I don't necessarily think that American-Chinese relationships are difficult, and they've been difficult for at least 20 years, if not longer. And it's not just China that's having issues with America. They have issues with Canada, and they have issues in the business world with patents in general. Mm-hmm. I think he was using it as leverage. I don't think it was COVID. I think that technically it turned out that to some degree, maybe we should have done it sooner by definition, now what we know now. But I don't think that banning it or publicly doing it in the public banned, which really wasn't, you know, accomplishing anything except making a statement in reality. Because as you just said, sorry, I don't know your name, but
Haas.
I don't want to say the wrong person's name here, but what you were saying is that obviously people are still traveling, and also Americans have a right to return home regardless of wherever they're at.
That's the thing, though. My thing is if you're saying that Chinese citizens are, you know, potentially infectious, if we got American citizens that have been there for 6 months, aren't they potentially infectious as well? Why would you let them come home?
And on top of that, I thought that it was a retaliation for the tariffs.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were just going through this whole big thing about soybeans and about corn and how we weren't doing, us and China weren't getting along, and we're going to get a much better deal and this, that, and the third. And that quickly turned into, oh, you know what? No travel to China. And it's like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah, I think that's what it was about. It was about, sticking it to China and snubbing it and saying, we can do this. And I think it was more of everybody's been in a fight where you start raising your voice and you just yell. You don't want to throw a punch, right? But your theory is that if you yell loud enough, people are going to back off, or maybe everybody now looks at the two of you with the guy who you're fighting, and everybody says, "Okay, this is like a standoff," and everybody's going to back to their corner. And I think that's what it was. Right. Now, in reality, I think that even though it technically probably should have happened sooner for COVID or not COVID, we could have that debate. But I think that it was beneficial whenever he did ban it, because it did do something, but I don't think it did enough by definition.
Oh, but not by any stretch. And I think it was way too late, of course. And here's the thing also, in hindsight being, ironically 2020, knowing that he knew about this before, because he was briefed or whatever, in late 2019 about this. Knowing knowing that he knew these things, it's like, dude, what do everything is, he doesn't ever do anything altruistically, it seems. It's always some sort of angle he's trying to play, or some type of get back he's trying to get from his actions. And I think that's what's really unfortunate, because in this case, you got lives in the balance. This isn't just hurt feelings or anything.
In his defense, and I think this is something that we actually have to openly say, is that we had swine flu, we've had SARS, and America has never been this affected by anything in about 100 years, give or take. And so, and then I'm sure that I didn't expect this to happen. I thought,
I didn't either.
So I didn't expect it, and I don't think he expected it. And even if he was briefed, I don't think we can openly say, well, you were briefed and you knew this was going to happen. In which I had a feeling that nobody knew this was going to happen.
Well, here's the thing.
And so
here's another thing.
Yeah.
Another thing is, he might have known a lot more if he hadn't done the things he had done, like disbanding the pandemic response team and those types of things. When you do those things, you put yourself behind the 8 ball. We as normal American citizens, of course, we don't, I heard COVID and I was like, it's election year. This is what's happening. And then as I learned more, Dutch and Mikey and TJ will tell you, my position flipped.
Yeah.
But I just think that when you're the leader of the nation and there's potentially lives in the balance, what you want to do is err on the side of caution. I'd rather be overcautious and wrong than not cautious enough and wrong.
No, and I get that, and I agree with that theory, and also the practicality. My entire thing is that I don't think that anybody knew, and I think that there could have been steps done late, 2019, and then for furthermore, and there was a bunch of steps that could have been done, probably that could have been better, but even still, I don't know how bad things would have gotten, because we're starting to see certain things happen where even with, lockdowns, we're still having problems with this. And this is
because not everybody's locking down. We got people storming government buildings saying that they refuse to wear a mask. I just watched a video. This lady's like, I'm healthy. I'm asymptomatic. Asymptomatic transmission is a myth. I'm healthy. So I think that if this was truly the United States, then we would reunite and take these precautions because our fellow citizens could be endangered. But that's not what's happening.
And we also can't forget the fact that Trump did say, it'll magically go away. There's like 15 people tomorrow. There'll be 6.
Yeah.
And then there'll be 0. And then he instead of saying, you know what, hey, I was wrong about this. he just can't say that. He's like, well, eventually I'll be right and it'll be gone.
Right.
It'll burn off.
Right.
Yeah, you just can't do things like that and call it a hoax and say that it's going to go away. You can't
Especially
say that we
when
got it
you're-
under control.
Especially when this is a guy who has said himself that he can shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and wouldn't lose a vote. He knows that people are going to take exactly what he says at the letter.
Trump, one of the things about Trump, and I think it has to be acknowledged, and I'm a big Howard Stern fan, is that there's two versions of Trump. There's the show Trump, and when he says, "Oh, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue," that is the show Trump. Okay,
Well, he shot about 200,000 people.
There are all these statements that Trump has made on Howard Stern, and we look at the Celebrity Apprentice and all that stuff in The Apprentice, where that is show Trump. And look, I'm the first person to say that sometimes show Trump is running the government. I acknowledge that by definition, but I also have to acknowledge saying, look, if you honestly believe that Donald Trump, when he says, "Oh, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue," I mean, we have to reassess facts. And
we're not saying
people
that.
Believe that some people won't leave him, as has been evidenced in these 4 years. Some people won't leave him no matter what he says, no matter what he does.
Right. The point is not that we actually think that Trump is going to shoot someone on Fifth Avenue.
No.
What we are saying is that his words have consequences because he is unique in a lot of ways, because of his charisma and things like that, and his to a certain group. They look at him as a charismatic leader. That no matter what Trump says, there is a certain percentage of people in this country that will buy it at face value and refuse any refutation of that whatsoever as fake news. So if he says that there are aliens at Area 51 and he's met one, they will believe it without any shadow of a doubt. And you have to let this spill over into his comments early COVID, because there are still people who subscribe to that original diagnosis that he gave them, that it's not a big deal. And you have an effort by tons in conservative media who are constantly trying to play down COVID. Not to say that the left doesn't do it the opposite way, because that is also true. But they'll say, well, yeah, but there's 325,000 dead, but only like 7 of them actually died from COVID. They died from other things. So, I mean, those are dishonest arguments, because we all know no one dies from AIDS.
You die from the pneumonia.
Right. No one dies from a gun. They die from the bullet. Okay, so, guns don't actually kill people. The bullets do, or the people do, etc. But you still have things that are directly related to it. The gun didn't kill you. The person did. But without the gun, you'd still be dead.
My point, though, is that if those people aren't asking questions, I mean, then that's a problem of communication and persuasion on it.
But we have so many that don't. We have so many, 70-something million people. A lot of those people don't ask questions,
and they won't.
But I disagree with that statement. I don't think all the people who voted for Trump. I
didn't say I said a lot.
I mean, I think a bunch of those people ask questions, and I think that what winds up happening is that you have to pick a side, right? So we look at the entire thing. So if you say 70 million people haven't asked questions, that is a massive false narrative, by definition. I think what it is that people feel that, Joe Biden is going to be doing X, and that they don't agree with, I guess, what his viewpoint is. And they're like, well, I'm picking the lesser of two evil. It's not that I'm thrilled with Trump's COVID response, because believe me, I have concerns about it. And look, I believe certain elements of Trump, and I don't believe certain elements of Trump. And I don't think 70 million people haven't asked questions.
So
just to clear that up.
I can quell some of your fears right now, and if you slurp in that straw in your microphone one more, I'm
sorry, I'll stop.
I'm gonna uppercut you through this webcam.
Like the first time I had a practice, in like 2 weeks, and I'm
You're savoring that. You're loving it.
I'll stop. I'm done now. I promise.
You're getting every last morsel of that whipped cream at the bottom. Give me that.
He's trying to get all the cream paws.
But I work retail. I'm a retail manager. 70 million might be on the low side because it is appalling as from March until last week, how many people I still get coming into the shop with no mask. You can't. And then now it's become a thing where, well, we don't want to be on the internet and make this big thing. So we just have to just make announcements. I'll get fired for getting in somebody's face and telling them to put a mask on. Yeah. So now I can't feed my family because this idiot refuses to be safe around all of us around here. Like all of us, like we can't leave. Like we're essential. So we have to be here. And then people are allowed to come in. All the bars and restaurants are closed. So they're coming into the store for no reason. They have nothing better to do. So like, you know what? I need, let me go to the grocery store and get a gallon of milk. They come into the store for 1 gallon of milk and then they leave.
I now have 9 gallons of milk in the refrigerator.
Well, that's the thing. They just piece out their shopping piece by piece by piece because they're bored. They don't want to sit in the house.
Well, here's another thing too, is that, you know, in little small towns like where we live, you know, around us, there are businesses openly flouting the suggestions and mandates, etc., because it's not a law. So then you have people, you know, on social media like, "Hey, this bar is open. This is open." So then also you've got these people that go to these places, and then after, because they're hungry or because of whatever, where are they at? They're at your store to get their munchies or to get this or to get that. You know what I mean? And so they come from a place that's concentrated because they're openly flouting the rules and they're going to support small business and congregate in these places that are openly not having any restrictions. And then they come to your store and they don't want to wear their mask and they're healthy.
And I think also real quick, because I'm going to keep this moving a little bit and I want to get Cole's thoughts, but one other dynamic that I saw early COVID was just the astonishing amount of careless greed that people had. I mean, you had people.
Oh my God, the toilet paper crisis.
Yeah, you had people going in the store and fighting. Like I saw one lady who had like 13 things of toilet paper in her cart, and the store had none left. And you would have someone say, "May I please buy one of those from you?" You know, or take one of those for. I'm completely out. I have a little kid, and the old lady was like, "No, you can't fucking have my toilet paper. It's your fault you weren't here on time." I gave her one of my 2 packages that I had in my hand, and I went home with only one. Now, does that make me a saint or good? No, it makes the other lady a fucking bitch. So, you know, that greed that was taken, and I get the people want to take care of their families, but I think it went way overboard in a lot of ways, and it showed a dark side of humanity.
I'll just comment on something to show how crazy it is. So I'm a big comic book fan, and one of the comic book companies was actually selling toilet paper on a live stream to be included in your order for like $5 a roll. This is how insane this is.
Oh, that's disgusting.
It wasn't. I mean, they were making it fun, and they were like throwing like some sticker packs in there too.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, don't tease the people. Like,
but it was like, it was obviously they were sort of making fun of it a little bit in a playful way, not to be mean, but. Obviously, I think that highlights a point where when have you ever seen a comic company on a live stream doing at one of their virtual cons, and it was Zenescope, and I'm a big Zenescope fan, selling toilet paper to be included in your comic order to get your exclusives in March. Like that's ludicrous.
Yeah.
And it's funny, you know, it's going to be funny in 5 years from now to some degree, but it gives an element of how ludicrous and the greed is collective in the United States. So it's just
so Cole. All right. So real quick, we got Tim on the show here now, so we'll bring in Tim Bristol. Welcome in, Tim. We saw you join a minute ago, and then the family came over, and then you had to. Out of my office. But so Andrew, meet Tim. You guys are new best pals. So Cole, I just want to. You've been very nice and polite. you give us your 60-second snapshot on early COVID and just like how it affected you.
Well, you know, it was funny just looking at when you're in the newsroom and you see these reports of this interesting but unknown type of virus that's hitting areas. The coverage of it was really interesting too, because it was like, it's something, but we don't know what it is. We don't really have a handle on it. And then you see politicians saying the same thing. You see celebrities saying the same thing, and you see just regular people saying the same thing. And then you start to see more stories like cruise ships having COVID breakouts and people traveling, you know, having breakouts. And just seeing the coverage of it was really interesting. And then my own personal understanding of it. So around that time period, I had a business trip and I had to go to Philadelphia. Well, two things I had no qualms but to notice. One,
you had to go there to rig the voting machines, right?
Yeah. I know Trump is going to be disappointed. Yes, I went to Philly to rig the machines there. Yes. No, but one, I looked at both the airport here where I am in Nashville and in Philly, and I saw a lot of people wearing masks, a lot of them. And two, I was discovering that I was starting to have this interesting reaction to a cold that I thought I had. Oh, yeah. And I noticed that, you know, I my head was pounding. Then I noticed that I didn't really have an appetite. Then I noticed that I couldn't really eat much of anything. Then I noticed I couldn't sleep all that well or all that long. And I just thought, okay, well, this is a flu that I haven't had in a minute. Okay, well, I guess I'll sleep this off. And so the 2 weeks went by, and then of course this was before it was known for it to be COVID. So I actually had it in February before it was labeled COVID-19 or coronavirus. Mm-hmm. And it just gave me a different perspective on the whole thing. And just to see how people react, it literally was looking like The Purge, but in real life. And it just had that feel the whole time, including all the way to now. And yeah, I would challenge the dark side of humanity. I just say it's humanity, period. Because unfortunately, you have to look at the positive side to say that's the exception to the rule, rather than the ignorance being the exception to the rule.
Tim, thanks for that, Cole. Tim, and I'm going to kind of move things along here, but Tim, you just came in at the end of COVID. What was your thoughts on, especially how COVID was handled early? We'll give you, if you could knock that out real quick.
Yeah. So, I also may have had COVID before they knew what it was, because over Christmas and New Year's last year, I was traveling, and I was in Ireland, and it had just been the beginning of the breakout in Europe before they knew what was really going on. I was sick for a good 3 weeks after. It wasn't the flu. I got tested for strep. It wasn't strep throat. They couldn't figure out what it was. But I had a lot of the same symptoms that Cole described. And I've been keeping up on European news, and it seems they had a much better handle on it than we do. They had, Britain is back in lockdown, Ireland's back in lockdown. A lot of the countries are back in lockdown now, and it seems that the EU and the former member of EU, Great Britain, the UK, have a much better handle, at least politically and socially, on how to handle it. And America is just, there's no consistency. There's no plan. There was never really a plan. Anything that got turned into a plan was sort of forced out of the Trump White House because they had to do something. But all Trump did was really bitch at the governors for not handling things the way he thought they should handle them, and then complain about people bitching at him. And he put Mike Pence in charge of it, and Mike Pence didn't do anything.
Not a damn thing.
Do anything.
Yeah, and
he had to consult with Mother.
He had to have that fly that was stuck to his fucking head.
And
But
Andrew, do you want to take 30 seconds and if you want to comment on any of that, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Yeah, I think that the UK and Europe has a massively different structure than the US. And I definitely think that Trump and the governors should have formed a tighter task force, where I do think that a federal position needed to be taken, but also a state position needed to be taken, because Wyoming and California are very different states, and they should not have the same approach on a state level, but there should have been more federal guidelines by definition.
If only there was a committee to deal with pandemics and infectious diseases.
Well, although
set up by the prior administration.
To be fair, though, I believe my understanding of that was not that committee was not so much involved domestically as they were to be sent overseas to mitigate when things first popped up. So we could have actually stopped it
and also sound the alarm when things pop up.
Yeah,
right. So so we're going to move on because early February, Ahmaud Arbery. Is it Ahmaud or Ahmaud Arbery?
Ahmaud
was killed in just a ridiculous turn of events. Moving forward, obviously, over the course of the next couple of months, you had Breonna Taylor and you had George Floyd, bringing us to, in the middle of COVID, in the middle of the Democratic primaries, in the middle of all sports being canceled, you have the Black Lives Matter protests becoming center stage. I'm going to go to Haas here real quick. So just encapsulate for us we know about, I mean, the biggest one, obviously, as far as news attention goes, I'm not putting one life over another, but news attention wise, we covered George Floyd on this podcast the day after it happened. We had no idea how big it was going to be. But bring us back to that 8-something minutes and talk to us about how that resonated with you in light of we've been on this podcast for an hour 49 minutes. We only got through February. So, I mean, this was already a crazy year. Right. Sports are shut down, and then George Floyd.
Well, the 8 minutes and 46 seconds or so that excuse for a human had his knee on the neck of George Floyd as he begged and pleaded for his life, knowing that he was going to die. For a lot of Black people, is a microcosm. It's a personification, an animation of what has been going on in this country for a very long time in other ways. Okay? Malcolm X, I believe, and I don't know if I'm going to get the quote right, he said something to the effect of, that's not me not pulling myself up by my bootstraps. That's your knee on my neck. And that just, and I know I got that wrong. And I'm just reacting right here, right now. But to see it, and I think that's what was so provocative about that incident and that tragedy, and that, yet another example of oppression, to see it in real time. I think that is what made that such a genesis or a catalyzing event for a groundswell for change. Because I think that a lot of people that were like, is it really, for them to see it, for them to view it, almost like Emmett Till's mom saying, no, keep the casket open. so they can see what they did to my baby. You know, I think that for people who were on the fence to see it, for young people who are just not young minorities who are just not versed enough in the history of oppression that minorities, especially Black people, have gone through in this country, to see it. No disrespect to the Native Americans who were freaking practically wiped off the face of the earth here. For them to see it sparked action, and we have a lot more young people that are willing to speak out and to act up than maybe in generations past, just because there's a narrative in urban culture when you talk to Black people that after the Civil Rights Act was passed, after the Voters' Rights Act was passed, that there was a period of complacency, especially after Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Martin Luther King, and all of these great leaders were assassinated. That there was a complacency, there was a lull, there was okay, everything is cool, and not a press for economic action. And that is what a lot of us in the community feel was the spark that got Martin Luther King killed.
Yep.
Was that after the Civil Rights Act passed and after the Voter Rights Act passed, he was preparing and starting to speak on economic empowerment, economic equality.
The Poor People's Campaign. Yes.
The Poor People's Campaign. And then when you start talking about that green, oh, he got to go. And so the George Floyd incident, it catalyzed a lot of motion for change. And unfortunately, I'm feeling like that momentum is starting to slow. I'm feeling like people are starting to, and I think that we need to have that same energy and keep this moving toward that plane of systemic change. You can spray paint in racism on the football field, but that doesn't change policy. We need to change policy. You can say, hey, it takes all of us. You can say Black Lives Matter. I almost feel like that term has been muted and neutered because you can say it, but are the people that are saying it actively pushing, calling their congressmen, calling their aldermen, calling their police captains, and pushing for systemic change? That's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen to really have George Floyd's death mean something. And then we have to have that systemic change.
And I think the most important piece of that systemic change is they have to get rid of qualified immunity.
Mm-hmm.
Because as long as the cops know that they can do pretty much whatever they want, they may or may not get fired from their job. They may or may not have to go to court. But qualified immunity says, I'm a cop. I get to do whatever a cop needs to do in any situation. Oh, what do you know? The right wing's going to throw up a GoFundMe for me. So now I just got $10 million and I don't have to work no more. And all I did was act like an asshole.
And I think another thing that needs to change is too, these settlements that these states are paying for these lawsuits that are coming from these acts of violence.
They come from the taxpayers.
These murders, they have to stop coming from the taxpayers,
right,
and start coming from the police pension fund.
Yeah, the police unions need to start ponying up that.
Police union, the union has
because they want to protect everybody. But then when it comes time to pay, they're like, well, you let the taxpayers take care of that. Mm-hmm. No, brother.
Let that come out the union.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah, I want to pass the ball around a little bit, Mikey. I'm gonna pass a little bit here. I'm gonna pretend that I'm Tim Hardaway. Cole,
easy before check.
I'm gonna get Andrew and Mikey and Haas have just spoken a little bit on this. I want to get Cole's reaction though too before, and then I'll let Andrew and Tim talk. Cole, when you saw George Floyd I'm interested in your initial reaction and encapsulate what went through your mind when you saw that. And if you want to bring in Breonna Taylor or Aubrey, of course, please do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The moment I saw the video of the cop, and I'm refusing to say his name on purpose, put his neck on George Floyd's, put his knee on George Floyd's neck, I was numb. I can't say I was angry. I can't say I was outraged. I can't say that I was despondent. I can't even say that I was that I was shocked. I was numb. I was numb because not even the stuff that happened after. I was thinking about the Eric Garners, the Trayvon Martins, the many other situations just in the last 10 years. And the same song is said, oh my God, this is horrible. I can't believe that a person died this way. We got to do something about it. Another year passes. Another horror happens. Another refrain of, we got to do something. We got to mobilize and band together. And then another period of malaise. I'm serious. The moment I saw it, I was like, America doesn't want to learn, because this is a country which was founded, and I'm sorry if this hurts any patriot, but this is true. This country was founded on blood. Blood of Native Americans, blood of the white people, blood of African Americans, blood of people who weren't African Americans at the time. They were just African, moved over here. Right. Blood. I mean, we live on a country, we live on a soil where violence is the way. And it's wonderful to see sports kneel and have Black Lives Matter painted on the back of their jersey and on the court, and basketball or football on the sideline, or in baseball they hold a black ribbon to signify those who died, like George Floyd, like a Breonna Taylor, like an Ahmaud Arbery, and many others, where when I would go into rooms and I'd say that this is sad, but you all are arguing about the cop needing to be protected, but what about the citizen that needs to be protected? It's the same song, to borrow Digital Underground. All around the world, same song. Because we're going to get the same thing in 2021. We're going to have some person murdered.
Somebody just got shot.
Legally.
Somebody just got shot in his own fucking garage.
Yeah. We're going to have another person murdered by the police. Another outrage where it's like, this just simply can't happen. This is right. This is in America. We got to do something about it. And then nothing really does happen, and we have the same cycle happen again. Now we're in the part of the cycle where it's like, okay, well, we're not. It's okay. Nothing's going to happen. We're good, because that George Floyd thing, that's 6.5 months ago. Now 7 months ago. So we don't have to worry about stuff like that, because it's not in my window. It's not in my house. It's not in my neighborhood. It's not in my community. So I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about stuff being burnt to the ground. I don't have to worry about protests just breaking out in my city. I don't have to worry about that anymore. This is a refrain that has happened. And we talked about MLK. The same thing happened then. And that was 50 plus years ago, where someone died, a community is outraged because they don't know how else to speak. They lash out and riot. And then you have a person who says, I am the president, or will be the president of law and order, because I believe in law and order. And that,
you know what that's
and
code
that
for. You know what that's code for.
Yeah. And that stuff has to be quelled. And by God, I'm going to quell it. and it does get silenced. And this is the messed up part. America basically is a room of F students when it comes to history, because the saying goes like this: those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. We don't want to learn from any of this history. Yep. So we're going to see this again and again and again and again, unfortunately, until all 6 of our domes are buried 6 feet under. We don't want to solve this problem because this is a part of America. Just as apple pie and having sports and voting for presidents every 4 years and celebrating July 4th is America. Mm-hmm. Having issues with police killing people, mm-hmm. it's also America. It just had to take me 47 years to be at home with it and not be angry about it anymore.
So I have some thoughts on this as well. Real quick, and Andrew and Tim, you guys have been patient. I appreciate it. I'm going to, Andrew, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, so I'm going to, but I'm going to let Tim real quick just go, and then I'm going to let you go next. And I do, by the way, I want to ask you some comic book related questions about, so don't leave anytime soon. But Tim, when you saw the Black Lives Matter movement coming into the forefront immediately post George Floyd, because we've talked about, these 3 gentlemen's reactions to George Floyd, but when you saw the Black Lives Matter movement specifically, and the reaction to the Black Lives Matter movement from others, what was going through your head?
First of all, I agree with everything that Cole and Big Haas said, like wholeheartedly. One of my professors at Southern is an African American, and he's a Republican, and he teaches urban politics and racial politics, and a lot of the stuff he teaches, even in a state like Connecticut, where you don't think like, oh, there's not a lot of racism in Connecticut. There is. Connecticut has its own issues with redlining and de facto segregation when it comes to schools and education. But the Black Lives Matter movement, I saw it here in Stratford. There were protests. There were counter protests. And there were people lying down on Interstate 84 to stop traffic in order to protest in New Haven and Route 15 and everywhere. It was a big thing, even in a state like Connecticut where that stuff doesn't happen too often. It was an emotional moment, so much that everyone, I think, felt it in some way. And I supported it as much as I could. But yeah, and it was just I hope in some way that it's a sort of turning point. But in today's America, I'm not sure.
So Mikey, I'm going to let you frame however you want to bring Andrew into this. So go ahead and take it.
And I'm not trying to be that guy. Do we really have to have his picture up while we're talking about this? Seems a little bit on the nose. Andrew, your thoughts on?
Oh, that was the point.
But it's triggering to see the guy's face when we're literally talking about how triggering it was to watch him die, and then you can put his face right in front of me. So that's why I said it. Andrew, what's your take on all this?
So obviously it was horrific. I think that it is by definition a bad cop. What I thought is that, obviously my job initially is to just shut up and listen to some degree. I'm not saying America is not a perfect country. I still think America is a great country. And I think that we've had long issues with police. Obviously, you know, I'm gonna say something and it's gonna sound a certain way, and I hope it doesn't offend anybody, but I'm not black, so I've never had a black experience with a cop. And let's be realistic here. Police definitely, the bad police, as far as what it's called, definitely treat black people differently than white people. I mean, it's just the way it is. Not everybody does it, but even black police officers treat black people differently. And then I mean, I don't think it's a stereotype. It doesn't happen all the time, but you know, if a black person has a nice car, a cop, you know, says in the back of their head, it's this car must be stolen. Is kind of one of the things that flashes ahead of them. So I think that a lot of people in America woke up with that on both sides. I think that where I took issue with it is that I felt like there was a lot of demands for change, and yet nobody was throwing out a solution. Like the discussion, you mentioned qualified immunity. I am down to get rid of qualified immunity, and I'm willing to do that. And I've come to the conclusion that we can't bring George Floyd back to life, but we need to stop that or reduce that somehow, because I don't think we're going to get rid of the problem. The question is that can we cut the problem in half, and then can we cut it in half again? Because I'm a rational, practical human being, and I understand that this doesn't sound. It sounds like not the greatest thing, but I want to figure out how to do that. Or, you know, body cam footage. You know, I think that filming this was great. I think it's a step in the right direction. And I'm not trying to trivialize this guy's death, and I'm not doing that. That's not my intention. But I also think that, like, this defunding of the police, I don't think that's the answer. I think we need to have better training. We need to have these discussions. I mean, how many people, de-escalation, you got the guy in handcuffs, you know, I'd rather him being roughed up and thrown into the back of a police car than a knee on his neck. You know, if they tackled him, they cuffed him and put him in the back of the car and booked him in the county jail, you know, it's not great, but you know, obviously that's like a level 2 position versus level 100, which was where this resulted in. So I think that we need to rebuild our police. You know, Jocko Willink, and I'm a big fan of Jocko, was on Rogan talking about this, and they spoke about it for 30 minutes. And I recommend everybody talk about it because they were like, hey, we need better training. I mean, the police have 10 hours a year in this type of training? That's horrific. Should be at least like 80 hours minimum.
Can I just real quick segue, or not segue, but I want to interject something real quick. And this is not your fault. This is the fault of the Democrat Party, because they don't know what the fuck, how to fucking message. I've said this 1,000 times. Hire me as your marketing manager, because what you have just specifically said is precisely, or I should say at least 95% on target with what the defund the police movement actually is, but they don't know how to call it that. It's like they sell cottage cheese and write granola on it. They're
right. No, they sell cottage cheese and write spoiled milk.
Exactly.
That's a better example.
And I'll be the first person to say, when you say defund the police, my first reaction is anarchy. Like I hate to say it, like that's where my mind goes.
That's not what it is, because defund the police isn't take police off the street. Defund the police is everything, just about everything you said. And my quick caveat is this. I'm going to ask you a question. Andrew, what are police a part of?
I mean,
no. It's a simple question. Don't overthink it. What are the police a subsidiary of?
The society, and
no, they're a subsidiary of.
I would make
law enforcement system. Yeah. And if we don't change the system, this is why you have black cops that treat black people like the enemy, just like bad white cops.
Right.
Because once you cannot, like Stevie Wonder said, you cannot be in it but not of it. Okay? So, and a good friend of mine is a longtime Chicago cop. And he said exactly this. He was telling a guy who is interviewing for a police department. He said, I know you're not this way, but you're going to be in contact with a lot of people who will be hurling the N-word around in the squad car. Then get out of the car and act like the black person they're contacting is their best friend. He said, don't fall into that. Far too many officers fall into that, where they come in a certain way and are, for lack of a better term, corrupted by their counterparts, the people that are training them, like that piece of shit who had his knee on the neck of George Floyd. Those officers around him, 2 of those officers were being trained by him. You understand?
And what
then
makes
when we talk about it does, because when we talk about bad cops, my question is, why does it seem like bad cops flock together? Because there's always 1, 2, 3 of these guys around when this guy pops somebody. So where are the good cops? Where are the good cops when this happens? Is it like a bad cop fraternity and they all get to ride together and train each other? What's going on? Where are the good cops when those people that are standing around are not doing anything?
So there's 2 issues that are pursuing with that, and it doesn't excuse those 3 officers. But, this guy was a 17, 18-year-old veteran. It is very hard to stand up to superiors in any profession. Doesn't excuse it. It's very difficult, though. We have to acknowledge that if you're a rookie and it's your 4th day.
Here's the thing: is
right?
If somebody is being killed in front of you, somebody's being killed in front of you, are you really that afraid that you're gonna let a life be extinguished?
See, that's the thing, though, is that what it is that we've developed a system where you do the right thing in the police. You don't get in trouble anymore in the police department. You get fired from your job. You don't get paid, and then you have the DA going after your ass. That's the problem.
That's what I'm talking about. The system is fucked.
I'm gonna take a step back and then talk about another issue that is going to even highlight this point even further. A police saved the guy from committing suicide. You know what his reward was? He was fired from his job. And I'm not saying this is the same thing, because obviously this is probably a higher level, but I think it highlights the point where we have this circumstance where we clearly have this idea that departments don't want to clean up, but we need legislatures. We need the legislatures to step in. That doesn't mean that, there could be a situation where something happens and nobody's at fault. If you're being shot at, okay, and you're a cop and you shoot back, I think that's a whole different thing.
That's a whole different thing. There's plenty of times where I've said, "Oh, that guy earned those bullets because of what he did."
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not, and I think that this is a narrative that a lot of people that are supportive of police believe, is that black folks, anytime a cop shoots somebody, we're like, oh, there had to be something. No. There are times where I'm like, this fool earned those bullets. And then I lament the fact that we have these people out there that earn these bullets, perpetrating and validating the stereotype, and that is a huge thorn in my side.
My entire thing is that I think that the system needs to be reformed.
100%, all the way up. The judicial system, the legal system, all of these systems need to be reformed because the bias is baked into those pies since the establishment of this nation.
And look, I think that certain steps are starting to be taken, but I also think that, and I hate to say it, it's going to take a lot more. And I think also, I'm hoping, and look, there are good police departments out there. There are great police departments out there.
There's great cops out there too. There's some great cops out there.
Wonderful cops out there.
And also, there are tough cities. Like Chicago is a tough city, by definition. Where it's
what's funny is that when you when you go to the list of the top 10 most dangerous cities in America, you know, Chicago's not part of that.
And then,
you know, you got a high population density, and then you have a high poverty density. So you're going to have higher crime. Name me an impoverished white area that has the same crime rate as an affluent white area. You won't see it.
You won't.
Poverty and crime go hand in hand because they're desperate.
Streets are hungry.
You know, across races that is true.
They're gonna eat.
That across races that is true. You're going to see higher violent crime in any impoverished area, and Chicago has a high impoverished community. You're going to see that.
There's an example that Raza Aslan made that has nothing to do with this directly, but he made an example once when on Fox News talking about where they were asking him why it was very interesting because it plays in this in a couple of ways. They were asking him, first of all, why is a Muslim writing a book about Christianity? Well, because he's a fucking religious scholar. So when Christians write books about Islam, no one raises an eyebrow.
Oh, I remember that interview.
Yeah,
I remember that interview. He's like, because I have several degrees in the thing that I wrote the book about. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Right. And then he went on to say, because they asked about female genital mutilation in Somalia and other Muslim countries, and he said, well, look, that's a problem across Africa. It's not a Muslim problem. It's a Somali problem. Okay. We look at socialism. Let me make another example. Socialism in Venezuela is not a socialism problem. It's a Venezuelan problem because Venezuela is the one who overcapitalized their oil, inflated their currency, and were put overdependency on oil, inflated their currency, and had a corrupt government. That doesn't happen in Norway. So it's a Venezuelan problem, not a socialist problem. Likewise, violence is an economic problem, not a black problem. Okay, violence happens in communities that are more impoverished and more drawn or kept away from equal access to opportunity than it is having anything to do with.
That's such an important word you just said. When we talk about privilege, it's the access to opportunity. You can't prove your worth. You can't be a part of the meritocracy. The myth of meritocracy, but you can't be a part of that if don't have access to the opportunity to show the things that you can do. And those are the things that are baked into the pie of America, that there's this dichotomous access to opportunity. I'm sorry, Dutch.
No. That's
such an important thing.
Yeah, that's a perfectly valid point, and I agree with that. I think that opens up other discussions. You know, like I don't believe that the way that affirmative action is implemented is effective and benefits black people.
The greatest benefit
white women.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah, it's benefited white women more than anyone else. And it's like you take someone from who has the best grades at shithole high school A and give them a scholarship to MIT and they fail out, and you say, oh, well, look, the black guy failed out. It wasn't his fault. It was the system that he built up to getting to MIT to was not equal to the systems that most people build up to getting into MIT do. But the point is this, because that's a rabbit hole of something else. The point is this: the issue that I have with Black Lives Matter's reception by the rest of mostly the right-wing community, and I want to get Andrew's thoughts on this, is twofold. One, it's often attributed to be a black problem when you never heard the term Mexican on Mexican crime or white on white crime before, but you always hear the term black on black crime looked at as an excuse, because it's the perception of, and I think this is what Colin Kaepernick kneeled for. Okay, because they say now protest peacefully. What the fuck do you think he was doing in 2015? Okay, and it's the perception that when you see a black face, the Willie Horton ad speaks to this hugely. When you see a black face on TV as killed by police, myself included, my first reaction is often, I'm sure he did something. Right? I'm sure that it was somehow warranted in some way. And then you have this same group of people saying Kyle Rittenhouse is a fucking national hero. Okay? Because the perception is, well, he must have been doing something good, even though he had just beat up a woman the week before. So that's what I think the problem is here, is that we're looking at things that they're not black problems, they're economic problems. So what I want, but to phrase this question to you, Andrew, is this: the way that you answered the last question that Mikey and them posed to you was actually quite non-inflammatory coming from a conservative, because we're used to worse. But how does someone who shares the narratives that you've just shared with us, who holds the opinions that you just shared with us in your narrative, how do you reconcile that with the attitude towards Black Lives Matter from the rest of your peers in the Republican MAGA party? Because they sit there and they demonize. They say that Black Lives Matter is run by a cabal of lesbian socialist witches, literally, and that they're trying to implement communism in the United States, taking away and then saying things like all lives matter. How do you be a part of that community and reconcile having the belief that you shared with and still being on that team? I don't understand.
Yeah, how are you in it but not of it?
I don't understand how you're on that team if you feel the way you do.
So I'll say it this way: is that I believe that every life matters across the board, but I also believe that obviously in certain circumstances lives matter more. For instance, I'll give the analogy: if my house isn't on fire but your house is on fire, you're deserving of water to put out your house, right? So that's how I view it as an individual. And what I think is that I've never heard the lesbian communist theory. I'm going to be the first person to say that one. I never heard that one. That's a new one to me. Wow. I mean,
Believe me,
I've never heard that.
You must hang out with a different brand of conservatives.
You must, because it's mainstream within Republican circles.
I've never heard that, so I don't know what that came out of, but that's
well, it started with
one.
It started with Alex Jones, and it emanated its way through into places like maybe not like Daily Wire. I think Daily Wire and
I'm more of a Daily Wire.
They don't play in the sandbox, but places like OANN and Newsmax.
See, I don't follow those people. I'm more of a Daily Wire. I'm more of a libertarian conservative. I'm making a frogs gay. And so I am not an Alex Jones fan. I recognize that Alex Jones has done some interesting things, and he's done some fascinating stuff, like exposing that secret presidential meeting stuff. Old Alex Jones, like 30 years ago Alex Jones. But I play with more of that group, where like Ben Shapiro and Andrew Klavan and Michael Knowles, where that's the group I play in. And
let me just tell you a couple of people who do exude this: Mark Levine, Rush Limbaugh. Sean Hannity hasn't said it himself, but he has people on his platform who say it. Our American conservative movement, who we've had them on our show. They've had guests on there, and a lot of times this is talked about by blacks. Other black people who are like Candace Owens and the Hodge twins, who often will push this narrative, right? So this is not me making this up.
Don't forget about your boy, Carp Face.
Who's Carp Face?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Oh, Tucker Carlson. Yeah,
Tucker Carlson.
So I haven't heard Tucker say this, and Tucker's complicated because Tucker's a populist. By definition, if you look at Tucker on MSNBC, Tucker was very much center, conservative. And then the second one, he's getting 6 million people every night watching his show, and Trump's in office. Tucker is not a good example because Tucker flip-flops way too much by definition. And
right,
Tucker Carlson is an idiot. He was an idiot when he was on Crossfire on CNN. He was an idiot when he was on MSNBC.
If you ever want to see how good Tucker Carlson is at a debate, watch his debate with Cenk Uygur and how he was humiliated in that debate. So, but anyway, back to the question. So, how do you reconcile, like, when you're take out of it the fact that you didn't know what I was talking about? You will admit that the tone towards Black Lives Matter as a movement is astonishingly negative within Trump, within the MAGA crowd.
I think within media it is tremendously. I'll acknowledge that. Yeah. I don't think that on like a House Republican Senate stuff, it's such bad but I definitely think that. But I also think that, you know what it is, they're playing to their base, and those people are all clickbait anyway in many ways, and so they know that an inflammatory statement is going to get money, it's going to get ads, because that's what it does. And also, if we look at conservative media beyond Fox News, a lot of this is like, Mark Levin is what, the Blaze, Yeah,
him and Glenn Beck.
That's Glenn Beck, yeah.
And so obviously they need to figure out how to ramp up stuff and get people to look at it, because let's be realistic, more negativity does better than not negativity. I mean, that's just definition. So they'll say an outrageous thing. Now, as far as if Sean Hannity has somebody who's saying this on his platform, that's just Sean Hannity having somebody. I don't think that's a document of Sean Hannity's position.
Well, Sean Hannity will say different things on his radio program than he will on his newscast.
Fair enough. And obviously that's what it is. But yeah, I don't think that that's like the mainstream, because I just think that that's ludicrous. And I think that's people who are beyond indoctrinated and cult-like. And look, there's people on the left who are like that as well. I mean, let's be realistic, not necessarily on Black Lives Matter, but I don't think that's the main conservative view. And unless I'm mistaken, but I don't. I have conservative friends, and nobody's ever heard this lesbian theory.
I think. That's
wild.
That's not even that important, because it just goes to show how far people will go to discredit this movement. But you have this part that builds the building, which that is the crowned apex on it, and that is, if you look at like the hierarchy of needs, that you can sort of make a similar analogy with that, where it builds off of they're burning down cities, then they want to implement socialism because the Black Lives Matter website says we want to disrupt the nuclear family, et cetera, et cetera. So it becomes an attack on Christianity more so than anything else. And then you have crazy people build off of and build extra layers on top of that. And then people start to buy into it. QAnon has run with this ball for a reason, because QAnon has become exceptionally popular during COVID because people had nothing else to do but sit at home and look at conspiracy theories. So
I'll give an honest position. I used to love Milo Yiannopoulos, right? So let me finish. I read Milo's book. Milo makes some good points. Milo used to be funny. Then when that entire thing with his comment about, underage whatever, and the entire thing relating where he had to apologize, and then he fell off
trans girls.
What?
He was doxing trans girls.
No, this was something else about how he was saying, like, it's okay for, like, a gay person to have a relationship with, like, a 13-year-old, and it was, like, an old comment, and he made, like, it wasn't even the doxing that was what I think drove him off. It was when he did that, and then, like, his book deal fell apart, and then Milo just went off the deep end. So Milo was going down the straight and narrow with a little bit of controversy here and there, with some entertainment, making some valid points that you're like, okay, maybe I don't completely agree, but where's he going with this? Then when he veered off and went hard right or hard left, I then jumped off. So that's what I think is happening with a lot of these people, and that's why people flock to the Daily Wire, because the Daily Wire will make a fair statement, but they'll back it up and they'll say it, but they're not going hard left and hard right. They're giving you the conservative spin but they're not going, this lesbian dance, whatever
Yeah.
thingy. And because that's a hard left. But then some people are like, that makes complete sense. And I get, though, that it creates a problem because it definitely creates a narrative. And then if you're frustrated in your life, it gives you a reason to do something, and that's where this is going in reality. I think.
Are you an evangelical?
I am not. I am an atheist.
Okay, that's
Jew.
why you don't. That's why you don't know.
That's why I'm an atheist Jew who
Mikey, I'm sorry,
goes that way. So that's why I'm not that's why I also flock
that
to
answers
Shapiro.
that completely answers the question because you're not an evangelical. So go ahead, Mikey.
So a couple things. One thing that you touched that we keep tiptoeing right up to the edge of, but not actually saying, and I'm going to echo from someone all of a sudden, is that the inflammatory statements. Yeah, they just say this for numbers, and they have to, they're just trying to give viewers but you have to flip the script a little bit, because you have to remember that Black people are a minority in this country. It's like 6 to 1 Black people to white people. It doesn't have to be all white people believe that. If they convince 4 to 1, what do you? Jesus Christ!
Enough with the
I'm
first
saying
word.
if you get 3 or 4 of them,
yeah. If you get 3 or 4 of them, that's more than enough. That's more than enough.
The sign language.
That's more. He's throwing gang signs. That's more than enough. That's more than enough to squash a movement. And so that's why the lies about Black Lives Matter becomes a thing. When people excuse cops' behavior becomes a thing. Because as much as progressive as Black people, not all, but some, want to be, or progressives want to be, it doesn't really matter if people are still being convinced by the Sean Hannitys and the Tucker Carlsons and the OANs. They don't even have to be intentional. But if you are not advocating for the change that we're talking about, I don't understand how anybody can watch Sean Hannity and not be on him about qualified immunity. But because that's not the spin that he wants. He's pro.
I'm gonna just comment on that.
Yeah.
I think collectively the United States Senate as a whole doesn't want it. I don't think the House wants it, and I think that the state governments are terrified and governors are terrified to do it. I don't think it's Sean Hannity that's the problem in that realm.
But
MSNBC is not doing it either.
I'm not worried about them. I'm
qualified
talking
immunity. I'll grant you other points on Sean Hannity, but the qualified immunity, I don't think it's a fair assessment to attack Sean Hannity just on that.
But this is what I'm saying, though. To the average day-to-day person, it makes perfect sense. Or even just having the police unions pay out these lawsuits makes perfect sense. The fact that it's not talked about proves the point. This is why the systemic stuff doesn't get changed, is because they want to spend all of their time and effort making 37 shows about all lives matter. And now Black Lives Matter is the same as All Lives Matter, which is the same as Blue Lives Matter, which is the same. So, you know what I'm saying? It's the washing out and the watering down of the entire discussion. And that's what their job is. Their job is just to make sure that not enough people, white people, the majority, that just to make them, not enough of them think it, so it's not going to change. So now we're right back into the same cycle, like Cole was saying, is like, at this point, I can't even get upset about this stuff no more. It's not that the system is broken. It's that the system is working perfectly. And until we want to upend the entire apple cart, and holding newscasters and holding newscasters accountable, senators accountable. I for all my representatives, I got their Twitter handle, and I'm watching them, and I'm on their ass in case they do anything. I will at Bill Foster in a heartbeat. You better keep your shit together.
So my point though is that, and I'm going to ask this question because I actually haven't watched Fox forever. I haven't watched, MSNBC, and I haven't watched CNN. I legitimately didn't have cable for 6 months, and now that I moved back home, I have cable for the first time in 6 months.
Oh shit! Commercials, you forgot about them.
I Cyberpunk, everybody. It's way better than half the stuff, and I watch a lot of indie wrestling.
You're getting your fix of dish soap commercials. Good for you.
So my point is that I don't know though.
Soap.
When I look at newscasters, because I think we should hold our representatives accountable. I think that we should hold the Senate accountable, the House accountable. We should hold courts accountable. We should hold the president, whoever that may be. And it's looking like it's Biden. I'm the first person to say that I think on January 20th or 21st, it's going to be Joe Biden is going to be sworn in. It's looking more and more like that, and I'm like 99% sure of that. Unless we get hit by a meteor, let's pray we don't. But
it is 2020. They might have like the last final super boss at the end of the level.
Hey, our season's getting canceled, everybody.
And then he comes down.
Wait till New Year's Eve. And I think it's just it's fair to say that fair to point out here that you brought up Blue Lives Matter. Blue Lives Matter was created specifically as a counter.
I agree. I think it was created as a snub.
So is all lives matter.
So is all lives matter.
Right, but Blue Lives Matter was the first, and that's sad because
all lives came first.
No, I don't believe that that's. But
all lives
again,
matter.
we're arguing that also doesn't really matter which one came first. They both came, but the problem with Blue Lives Matter is that Blue Lives Matter puts police officers into a conversation that I think a lot of police officers don't even want to be in. It's the police supporters who are the problem, not the police officers themselves.
This is what it is. You think that any police officer is happy with what happened to George Floyd and is happy with that ex-officer. I say ex-officer for a reason, and that person who murdered somebody. You think police are thrilled with that? You think your local cop, living in your community who doesn't want to give you a ticket, and you see him in the coffee shop, or obviously maybe you haven't seen him in the coffee shop because it's COVID. You think they're happy with what happened? I don't think.
So now hold on. Him being happy, sad, or indifferent means nothing to me. What I need him to do is his job. And if my superior officer is choking someone out, I knock him the fuck off of that guy. And I say, yo, man, what are you doing? If I lose my job, I lose my job. But if you're there to preserve life and maintain the sanctity of the society that you live in, then your job is to knock that cop off of him. And if you don't knock that cop off, and if you don't knock that cop off of him, then you're a bad cop.
And that's the thing. It's like not feeling happy about, I'm really sad that this happened. I hate bad cops. Nobody hates bad cops more than the good cops. Then
what I'm trying to explain, what I'm trying to get at is that, so what happened, because that was Minneapolis, if I'm correct. I think where all this happened.
Yeah.
So I live in Connecticut.
But it happens everywhere.
No.
Everywhere.
My point I'm trying to get across is that police departments that have nothing to do with this are very upset, I think, because
what are they doing?
And I think some are changing. I think some are trying to do more training. But you know what is the problem is that it's a money issue.
What about vetting? What are they doing to get these fuckers out? the cycle. They have. I took the Dallas police exam. They have a massive psychological test that they take. I took it back in '95, so I know that the psychological profiles that they can use to get fuckers. They can identify who's going to be a problem. But the thing is that
and look, and with this officer or ex-officer, I should say, he had other issues. He was involved in, I think, 3 other shootings.
Right, but Andrew, we can't.
But he still had a job.
I get that though, but we can't, and we do got to move on from this. But we can't just pretend that George Floyd is the only one, because 85 to 90% of the officers who do engage in this type of behavior are protected by the fraternity and continue to have a job today, or are just let go and there's nothing. There's
like
no
Tamir Rice's killer.
And just letting them go and then for society forgetting about them and having no reconciliation for it. Like the guy who killed Philando Castile is still on the force. Philando Castile was a legal gun owner who said, "Officer, I have a gun," and picked up his shirt to show it to the officer, who said, "Pick up your shirt and show me the gun." And he said, "Oh, what black guy?" And he shot him. And people say, "Oh, but it was an Asian cop, so he can't be racist." That's the fucking stupidest thing in the world. So
What a crock.
We need to move on from this. So here's what I want to do real quick. Andrew, wrap up your thoughts in like 30 seconds. Haas or Mikey or Cole, one of you guys reply to it. And then
I got to jump off.
My point is that I think we need more training. I think officers definitely need to be more vetted. And I think, though, that there are sometimes circumstances where accidents happen. And not everything, it's clear to say what happened with George Floyd and Tamina Rice, that was more intentional than anything else. And it's pretty certain we all know what that is. But I don't know, sometimes if an officer panics and shoots somebody in a car and the gun goes off, maybe
panic. All that training. Why are you panicking?
You know what? My point that I'm trying to make is that I think that we need more training. I think we need more vetting. I don't disagree with all of that. And so, but you know what it is? I just feel like Democrats just don't message it well, and that's my issue with this.
You're right.
All the time
because when you say defund the police, my immediate reaction, and whether it's ignorant or not, is saying, "Fuck! What if somebody breaks into my house?"
Yeah,
like that. That's where my head goes,
and that's where you have to go and find the resources that actually explain what that means. And you shouldn't have to. Well, you should always do that anyway, but you can't just say my mind goes there. My mind goes to let me research this. That's what that should be, and then you can educate yourself and say, oh, that's they shit the bed on the messaging, but this is what this means, and you can educate other people.
Yeah, the cops are like R. Kelly. My mind's telling me no.
Tim, real quick, go ahead.
So, Andrew, you say you live in Connecticut, right?
I do now.
Okay. The Connecticut legislature did pass a police accountability law. So, and it includes behavioral assessments for police officers, implicit bias training, police transparency and accountability, badge and name identification requirements, body cam requirements, penalties for reporting or misusing the 911 system, justified use of deadly force, and a whole bunch of other initiatives that are happening in Connecticut. Prohibitions on chokeholds, prohibitions on police using military equipment, and creating a civil committee to review police officer shootings. I think the Democrats meant all of that instead of defund the police, because
all they had to say was we want more training and we want more funding for training.
We've already covered that, though. The Democrats are stupid.
That's all they had to say.
Okay, granted, Democrats are idiots when it comes to messaging. The dumbest of the dumb. But now I got to push the ball forward because we got to move on. Again, we could talk about this for hours and hours, but we got it. So in August, and this goes to what I want to say about comics real quick, because I think all of us here are comic book movies fans. In August, the major distributor for DC and for Marvel shut down operations. What I want to ask you and just have a brief conversation on this: is print comic dead? Did COVID officially kill them, Andrew?
Oh, this is tough.
It was dead 10 years ago.
I don't know. And I'm being honest because I think that, DC's starting to do some digital stuff with like Ruby and some other stuff and going digital first. And then eventually they might throw it into a graphic novel. But I even think that single issues are sort of dying a little bit, where we're going graphic novels, and I think a lot more OGNs, which is original graphic novel stuff, is coming. And I just think that also a lot of people's first comics now at cons, because I'm heavily involved in that stuff, is they plop up onto like a creator, oh yeah, this is my first comic, and it's a 6-issue graphic novel. And I think like traditional single issues are sort of dying a little bit, but then again, there's the collectors, and I'm a collector, so yeah, I don't know.
I think they're gonna. I think single issue comics are gonna go the way of basketball cards. There'll be a very small niche market for it, but it's just not tenable. Like, you can't make money like that. And if they can't make money like that, they're not going to get investors to do that kind of shit. So it's got to go digital. And then, like you said, coming out in like big editions where you get like the whole beginning, middle, end in one bound.
Or special like con edition type stuff too.
And
might have like $20.
They're attaching a lot of stuff now to toys. Like, TMNT started this sort of G.I. Joe and Transformers. Actually, G.I. Joe and Transformers started it. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles continued it, where you would buy a toy and get a small comic with it. I think that's really the only way that they can offset that cost, is because obviously toy sales aren't going to stop, at least anytime soon. But I love print comics, and like I still collect print comics. I love omnibuses of the old 90s and 2000 stuff. But then you have the streaming of TV shows. I mean, Marvel and DC both have multiple television shows that are basically like a weekly comic book that comes out, in a format that's easier to digest. But I don't want to see print comics die.
It's gonna be a sad day. It's gonna be a sad day when it happens.
I'll let Cole go first.
Personally, I think I don't think it's COVID that did this, because I think, and you just actually touched on it, Dutch.
It's COVID related. It's a COVID related death, so you got to add it to the numbers. Okay?
I will add it to the
comic books
count, but we started to see before COVID hit that DC and Marvel wanted to dip their toes in all other media, and so you have now the narrative that's being pushed of, well, kids don't read all that much, so you have to find other ways to get whatever comic, anything in front of them. So if it's not going to work in a book, how can it work? Oh, okay, well, we can put it on TV. Oh, we can put it on YouTube. All right, so yeah, online and on TV and in the movies, yeah, that'll work. And I think it's been a slow death. It's really been slow in coming. But basically, like just like everything else COVID related in terms of how things were before the pandemic came, and when after it came, the death became quicker. So yeah, I think this was before it was going to happen. So I'm not surprised.
Even to just add a little bit of stats into this. So comic books generate every year between Marvel, DC, Dark Horse, Dynamite, and the rest about $1 billion. Avengers, the last one, did over $1 billion in one movie.
Right.
And I get that that expense was much higher than producing an issue, but an average comic book can cost 10 to 12 grand to produce one issue, and it's like 22 to 24 pages. It's not cheap because you have 3 people working on it. They're getting a page rate of $300, per page rate, and then you have, the writer, the artist, and the colorist. And if the colorist is also the inker, all of a sudden you're now having, 300 times 22 times 3, it adds up, and then you actually have to still print the book.
Jeez.
And so it's obviously cheaper than producing a movie. And also the other thing that's popping up now is the Kickstarter side. Keanu Reeves almost did $1 million on his project, and Scott Snyder did a project, and then obviously Todd McFarlane did about $5 million with his new Spawn toy. And so that's also contributing to the death, because when you have Keanu Reeves doing stuff now, all of a sudden, doing $850,000 on a Kickstarter, it's like, damn, I'm a cool guy and you're a cool guy. So
go ahead, Tim.
So I think comic books are a dinosaur that is going to be hit by a meteorite that is COVID. But if you look at it from a marketing standpoint, Andrew's right. Comic books are very expensive to produce nowadays, and the media and marketing is also expensive. And I think if you want to properly market a comic, it's going to cost more than it's worth at some point. And if you look at magazines and newspapers and all other print media, I mean, those things are going the way of the dinosaur too. And comics are a particularly difficult niche, especially in America, to print I think that you'll see them go to more of an e-reader platform and digital. And yeah, you'll get comic books with toys. That's probably a really good marketing idea, where it's not the comic book that you're selling, but the toy. And it's sort of like Bazooka Joe, where you get the comic with the bubble gum.
That was not gum; those were rocks, and they just had us chew them until they become pliable. You try to blow, you blow one bubble with bazooka gum, I will give you $1 million.
It's almost, it wasn't as bad as the gum that came with the Topps baseball cards. Though Cole and I both have rocks in our intestines because of chewing that stuff in the 90s.
The dentist union put that damn gum out just to break all your teeth out of your face.
I don't even know if it was sugar they used in there. It was just like, but
I think you'll see comics as a marketing tie-in rather than their own thing.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what I was going to kind of say. I think that there's possible market here and there. For example, if you were to, and I don't know if maybe they did this, but if you were to have something related to Star Wars or Avengers or DC that is subsequent to and maybe tells a side story to, say, the Endgame movie, where they talked about something where they had to cut it out of the film and they put it into a comic that launches just before or just after the movie as extra content that's canon for the reader, for the fan. I think that type of thing could still have a market.
The Melvins are going to go crazy if they start cutting stuff out of the movie just to sell the thing. The Melvins are going to lose it. Oh, they're going to be mad.
So the Star Wars stuff is interesting because the comics
Star Wars does a good job of it, yeah.
Where Disney Plus, basically all the comics that are in like the new thing when Marvel took it over are all part of the same universe. So when you're reading a story in Star Wars, it's part of the same universe that the Mandalorian takes place in. It's part of the same universe. And so you actually, if you want a complete universe, you need to read those comics.
Right.
And so super brilliant. And that's where I was just speaking about this on a podcast I was doing before this, where I think that's the failure of Marvel and DC is that their movies are not tied into their comics.
So one thing I think that we're missing it again. Anime and manga are
killing
staple in Japan. There is no way manga's going anywhere in Japan. And that's comic books in Japan.
What just happened? Do you know what just happened like 2 weeks ago with in America with AT&T?
They just bought Crunchyroll, right?
Yep. So no, AT&T just sold Crunchyroll,
right.
And the year before, Sony bought Funimation for $100 million. They just bought Crunchyroll, which is a Japanese service that has 3 million active users and 67 free users. So 70 million people. Disney has about 90 million people on their subscription service right now, which is crazy in its own right. But what wound up happening is that they bought that for $1.2 billion. So Sony in the last 2 years has spent $1.3 billion on getting anime licensing under their branch globally, which is insane. So obviously that's a big play right now in the pop culture world.
Maybe that's the answer. It's because I think maybe the average reader has stopped going to Spider-Man and is now collecting Naruto or Inuyasha or something like that. They're going back and they're watching the old shows and like, let me grab a couple of the manga books. And like maybe that's what this slow death is. It might be death by anime, to be perfectly honest, because like I said, and especially over in Japan, because their movie industry, they don't have a Hollywood. So a lot of their great movie ideas are put into anime or they're put into manga, and it's way cheaper than making an Endgame if you can just make a really badass show that's all animated. So that's been their way of doing things for decades, and I think that's kind of starting over here. But the first thing that needs to go for us is this addiction to comic books, because our comic books into movies aren't doing the same thing like anime and manga are doing over in Japan.
Well, perfect. So I'm glad that we had a chance to talk about that real quick. And also another COVID-related death.
Here we go.
Is
this is his thing now?
Well, it is. I mean, this has been the COVID year. Well, actually, I want to talk about sports real quick. So, Cole,
Can I get a Cole Sports? Can I get a Cole Sports real quick?
So yeah, you can get one. So I'm going to pass the ball to Cole here in 1 second. We move into the NBA season, the tail end of the NBA season, before baseball starts, and then sports basically is put on hold. It starts with the NBA, if I recall correctly. So Cole, walk us through what happened with sports, and then afterwards, I'd like to get your thought on: is sports also going to see permanent change from COVID? So I know it's a big piece of pie, but you got.
Oh, yeah, I got you. I think
in two sentences or less.
Pause. Yeah.
No, in 2 sentences or less. Oh, well, okay. Well, that's simple. Sports are greedy, and sports are greedy. There you go. Cole. Oh.
Yes.
There it is.
I needed it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it started with basketball. I think when you had the COVID, somewhat of an outbreak at the Chesapeake Arena in Oklahoma City.
Who was being an idiot and touching everything on purpose?
Rudy.
That was the Jazz center, Rudy Gobert.
Right.
Yeah. The reigning defensive player of the year. Yeah, him. So
power, baby.
Yeah, so it started there, and that was like 9 months ago. So I think the NBA wanted to get ahead of this, and they wisely just shut things down. And the NCAA, to me, in basketball, that was the interesting part because they dragged their feet. Because because they were in their money month, So this was happening in March. It was their money month. So they're like, man, we really want to get these conference tournaments and the big tournament over. And if we can get it done in April, that'd be great. And then they tried to delay it, and they tried to see if they could push it back. But when they saw that, well, the pandemic is going to be here to stay for a minute, they just said, okay, a week later, we'll shut things down too. So you had that. Then baseball didn't know what they wanted to do.
Was that the right? Was canceling the tournament outright the right move?
I think at that moment it was. And I say that because you're dealing with them then with 18 to 22-year-olds, both men and women, and I think you were going to have some lawsuits that the school's going to have to handle if they would have continued, and an outbreak would have happened in one of those regionals or one of those conference tournaments. So the NCAA did the right thing in that regard. Said, yeah, we'll shut this down. So then we go to Major League Baseball. They shuffled a little bit because they wanted to start their season in April, but they didn't do that. The NHL was like, so the NBA's gonna shut down? Okay, we'll shut down too. So then it would almost seem to be the hosts were pinned on the NFL because it was like, okay, the pandemic's going to be gone by August. So, we want to have a normal regular season, even with, training camp, all of that with the NFL. So, during the summer, Trump got all the big wigs of each professional sport together and said, okay, we want to get things back to normal. So we're going to start with the NFL. It'll be up to you to make sure things get back to normal. And things seem to be going okay for the NFL, but they just simply never really had a handle on it, and they still don't to this moment. So then the NBA decided, okay, well, why don't we just simply sequester things in the bubble, and did that, and they were successful. Okay, Lou Williams,
looking at
you don't need Magic City Wings.
I'm looking at you,
anyway.
Sweet baby Lou.
And so the NHL was smart. They said, okay, well, we'll do a bubble. We're going to do it in 2 cities. So they decided to do their Stanley Cup playoffs in Toronto and Edmonton. And both the NBA and NHL had no breakouts. So that seemed to be the best route to take. But when you deal with professional sports, you're dealing with money, and you want to have these owners want to have a piece of whatever pie that's going to be delivered to them. So they weren't going to agree on having a bubble-like situation whether it's the NHL, NBA, Major League Baseball, or NFL. They were not going to agree with that. And so MLB, when they started up in the summer, they really didn't take pandemic protocol seriously, and they had outbreaks coming out the wazoo.
Especially the Marlins.
Yeah, yeah,
Team party,
2 weeks time, you
party
had
on
a
South
big
Beach.
outbreak in the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So, so they were playing behind the 8 ball the rest of the year, an abbreviated season, by the way, and they really didn't start to get it right until they actually had their playoff format, where they decided, okay, well, we'll have it in these 4 cities. We'll have it in San Diego, Los Angeles, Dallas, and Houston, and we'll go from there. And that was the best I think they did with the handling the situation until the Dodgers won the World Series. Not that the Dodgers won the World Series, but they had a guy
playing
who came. They had a guy who came down or supposedly positive with a COVID reading in the middle of the game. So they pull him out after the 7th inning of the clinching game. They win the championship. The guy comes back out without a mask and not distancing from his teammates and holding the trophy in his hand.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh, you all are so tone
That was
deaf.
the third baseman. What's Turner?
Yeah, Justin Turner. Yeah, Justin Turner. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Really? And so we've been having those types of moments where it's like, yeah, we're serious about this, but really, we want to do things the way we want to do them. Much like how NCAA football has been. So the Big Ten and the Pac-12 were like, okay, no, we're not going to play a season in August.
And Trump saved it.
But Trump was upset because how dare they not do that, because he was going to save it, and he wanted to save college football. And so he was happy to have the SEC and the ACC and the Big 12 say, we're going to move on as scheduled. Yeah, move on as scheduled and still have games canceled all over the place. So, of course, money comes into play, and then early October comes, and the Big Ten comes a knocking and say, yeah, we want a piece of that. And then they come back in. It's just a big mess. Just a big pool of a mess. And the way sports is going to change, you're going to now have the medical staffs be more of a focal point for these teams now.
Yeah.
And you're gonna have to have it be at the team level and at the front office level. And when I mean front office, I mean the professional leagues front office level, because these athletes are worth billions of dollars in each sport. They want to make sure that those investments are protected.
Yep.
And they got to do a wonderful job of protecting them. But they're learning on the job that they really haven't been protecting them all that much. I mean, NHL and the NFL has to deal with concussions probably since we were children, Jason. And so
they had
they're going to have
leather
to step
helmets
up.
when y'all was watching.
Yeah. And the funny thing about that, the NFL was talking about actually readjusting their helmets to make it even safer. And here comes this pandemic to basically brush that aside a little bit.
Yeah.
The leagues are going to have to do a yeoman's work of a job to make sure that these athletes are medically protected, because now you have to do things to make sure that you, outside of your professional arena, not hurt the team physically.
Right.
As Dwayne Haskins has proven, as James Harden has proven. So that is going to have to be the next step. And yeah, it's going to change, and it's going to change drastically. And I think it may change in terms of how people turn to the turnstiles again, because we might have to do something. They might have to do something like have some overhead sanitizer spray just come down on you before you walk into these buildings. It's going to have to be something of that nature.
Yeah, spray it right in their mouth.
But,
just
yeah, unfortunately, but yeah. But sports as we knew it, gone. It'll basically be just like airline travel before September 11, 2001.
I would like. Oh, finish your thought.
I'll say, yeah. I mean, it's a different ball game now. In airline travel, it will be the exact same way in the world of sports. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, I would like to add a sport that has been forgotten about, and it is professional wrestling.
Oh my god! I knew it. I knew it was coming.
But I would like to talk about it in the same vein that money has really trumped safety. Vince McMahon is a large Republican donor. He got.
Well, thank you for talking about this, Tim, because I wanted to talk about it, but I totally forgot it. Thank you.
He got the state of Florida to classify professional wrestling as an essential service.
Oh, of course
Stop it! Get the fuck.
That made me laugh when I heard that. Oh my god!
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm not.
No. Tim is right.
But I want to make a caveat. He only got it for WWE.
Yes.
Because the collective
not for the whole industry,
did not happen. I'm upset about it, and we're not going to talk about it because I'm still upset about it.
And
what the hell?
Yeah, not for the whole industry. Exactly.
How the hell is wrestling?
It pays to be close to power.
It does.
Yes,
he's a personal friend of Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been in WrestleMania several times.
His wife is on in his cabinet, right?
Small Business Administration.
Yeah, she ran for Congress in New York against, I think it was against Hillary Clinton, wasn't it?
She ran in Connecticut for senator.
Against
it was Connecticut senator. Okay, yeah.
Which makes sense because the WWE is in Connecticut.
It was Rudy who ran against Hillary for Senate. I'm forgetting my crazy Republicans.
The other major wrestling promotion in America, AEW, is owned by the same person who owns the Jacksonville Jaguars. And he got special permission to run shows with crowds. I mean, they have 10% capacity at the Daly's Plaza right next to the Jaguars Stadium, but they're still running shows with a small crowd. And their COVID testing regime is pretty good, but it doesn't catch everything. Wrestlers have gotten COVID. Wrestlers continue to get COVID. And WWE was ignoring the whole thing for a very long time until they had a COVID cluster. And many of the wrestlers got sick and had to be taken off TV for a while. And they finally addressed it. But it is a case of money trumping safety because these wrestling is whether or not you consider it a sport, it's full contact. And, they're working very close together. So it's sort of a microcosm of the sports world in general, where WWE, despite running shows 3-4 times a week, they didn't get to do the house shows anymore, so they don't have house show money. And they're not allowed to go and do their shows in Saudi Arabia, so they had to make money somewhere, and they have TV deals they have to worry about. They just made a TV deal with Fox before the pandemic happened. So
$1 billion. It's a big deal.
Yeah. And same thing with AEW. They made a commitment to TNT to do a weekly television show. They can't not do it because it's in the contract.
Two of them.
Yeah.
Do two of them. One's on YouTube, and then they're actually in discussion to build a second one beyond Wednesday night, which is crazy.
But I mean, the WWE laid off a bunch of wrestlers at the beginning of the pandemic trying to save money, and they've recorded record profits this year, despite the pandemic.
See,
and to even talk further about the indie side of it, because I'm a big indie wrestling fan. What's happened is that there's been several promotions. I mentioned earlier the Me Too movement has happened in wrestling this year, and part of it is COVID related, because when all of a sudden all the money was drying up and all these promotions were working with a company called Brown Paper Bag that basically said we're not going to pay out. And
seems reputable.
And so Brown Paper Bag also does a lot of local theaters, and they are actually being sued in Washington State, where their headquarters is, for not paying out for collecting ticket revenue. And so now all these wrestlers and these indie shows and these indie people and these promotions are all falling apart in the indie world, and it's crazy. And then there are few and far. I would say there's probably about like 20% promotions operating, and the ones that are operating, they're operating with maybe like 20 people in the crowd, or the wrestlers are acting as fans in the crowd. Huh. and then they're trying to live stream, and then they're having like support a wrestler, but like you have a real situation where it's like, what do you do? And then there's like extreme COVID testing, and so it's crazy how live entertainment has changed. But
I miss concerts so much. I really missed concerts.
I also miss concerts.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. I think that kind of putting a bow on sports here. I think the fair question to ask is: it seems the NBA and the NHL got it the best, and college sports got it by far the fucking worst. What went wrong with? I was going to say what went wrong with college sports specifically is really my question. And then I think Mikey has one.
Yeah, I got a bubble question after that, and then we can go to the next one.
Shoot. All right. Well, where it went wrong is they're in. Well, the people in Indianapolis, they are in bed with so many different people, so many different interests. You know, they want to please the schools, they want to please the athletes, student athletes, and they want to please parents all at the same time, and they want to make money while they do it. So, you know, it's
an impossible task.
Right, exactly. So they're juggling so many of these balls in the air. Shout out to you, House.
Pause.
And
I missed that one. That's on me.
And they don't want to drop one of them. So instead of actually having the safety of the student athlete in mind first and foremost, they wanted business as usual because they didn't want to politically upset people. They didn't want to upset people in their houses. They didn't want to upset the schools. So they figured, well, you know what? We will do this. We will do a minimum number of scholars and scholarships who are available and healthy to play. And then you'll have an outbreak, but we'll minimize the damage. But they don't understand how hard it can just simply ravage a certain area. They just don't get it. But basically that is a microcosm of how the government has been in treating COVID in general. They just consider it to be a boogeyman, and that's
a delayed pause for the savaging certain areas.
Yeah, you have a bubble. You have a bubble comment.
Yes. Cole, you're a purist. I know you really like your sports. So does this bubble ring count?
Yeah, it has to count. It has to count from the standpoint of, even though, yes, it was a shortened season, an abbreviated season, and teams didn't have to travel, you still had a full playoff. So I don't put the asterisk on this. So the Lakers earned their ring, and so did the Lightning. They earned their ring too. So no. It was legit.
So that's how I feel about WrestleMania. WrestleMania was over 2 nights, and that's like probably one of the biggest pay-per-views in wrestling. And even though it was over 2 nights, it had a cinematic feel to it. You know, those victories and those championships that were won were earned, in my opinion. And I know wrestling is predetermined, but as far as the match and the quality of it, like, those matches were earned and those victories were earned. Like Randy Orton and Edge had a great match, and that match was earned, even though it wasn't the traditional 80,000 fireworks in a football stadium big thing. It was still earned, in my opinion. And I know it's not exactly the same as sports and, you know, the Lakers winning their championship ring and all, but that's how I view it.
Yeah, wrestling is not even close to being the same without crowds. It's just not.
No, it's not.
I think half the point of watching it is the science.
Yeah.
Wrestling for me, if I ever flick on wrestling, I want them to pan into the audience and I want to see the stupid science. Like that's half of it for me.
Right.
Look at this guy. He just says that guy next to me sign is stupid. I like him. All right, go show me another one.
I think that's what sports are starting to learn. They're starting to learn that, so the audience actually they play a big role more than just the noise,
right?
In the atmosphere of a game.
But the noise is actually kind of key. I think that ancillary to sports, though, I want to real quick just run over a couple of small 2020 bullet points, which in a normal year would be big bullet
Can I
points.
say one more death that happened relating to sports? I don't know if we mentioned it. The XFL.
Well, yeah, the XFL was killed, but were they alive in the first place?
That is true.
Well, and it got resuscitated a little bit. I mean, The Rock is supposed to bring it back in 2 years. So who knows?
We'll see about that. So we had
The Rock. The Rock's bringing it back.
Yeah, he owns it now. He owns the XFL.
Yeah.
What? I have missed so many things. First, wrestling is essential. Now you're telling me Dwayne The Rock Johnson owns the XFL.
Who better though?
Dwayne The Rock Johnson is the principal owner of the XFL.
He's gonna be doing tequila shots at halftime. He's gonna be fucking killing it.
So
my Tremana family.
Elsewhere in
Aloha,
elsewhere in 2020, a couple of real quick bullet points that we won't spend much time on. The first crewed flight of SpaceX Dragon 2 was initially scrapped, and then they actually did have the first SpaceX flight. So that's actually really cool because it shows the diversification of the space program and getting to things like commercial space flights, etc. You had Trump posing in front of a church and tear gassing protesters. You had killer Hornets.
The Bible upside down. He held the
Bible.
Bible.
Holding the Bible upside down. Very special Bible.
2 Corinthians.
2 Corinthians. You had killer murder Hornets from Asia infiltrate the country.
Oh, yeah.
You had NASCAR ban the Confederate flag, and then Mississippi, the state of Mississippi, removing the Confederate flag from its state flag. And a lot of backlash on that, including HBO Max removing the movie Gone with the Wind and the TV series Dukes of Hazzard from their streaming service, putting them both back on later with really nothing with Dukes of Hazzard. They didn't really do anything with that. But with Gone with the Wind, they said this movie ignores the horrors of slavery and sort of does not acknowledge a lot of things that happened with Gone with the Wind. So they did put it back on. And then an interesting one here. We had a couple of more deaths that followed towards the end of the year. I want to focus on a few of these. Now, smaller ones, Sean Connery obviously passed away. Bon Jovi passed away. There's been a lot of deaths this year that have sort of gone unnoticed after Kobe. But I think that the biggest ones
Bon Jovi died?
No.
Van Halen. Jesus,
no, Van Halen. Yeah, Van Halen.
Killing me right now. Bon Jovi died.
No, Van
Halen. About fake news, right?
Eddie Van Halen. Sorry about that. Well, all white people look alike.
Hey, y'all not gonna talk about Tim like that.
You had the deaths of the great T'Challa, unfortunately, and then also about a month and a half later, I think the next 2 biggest ones were obviously him and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So, real quick, let's go to Mikey here. What went through your mind when we'll get your thought on the first of those 2. So what was your thoughts when we knew that there was not going to be a Black Panther 2 that was exactly the same as the first one and everything that went along with that?
I mean, our episode was pretty in depth on it. But just to retouch on it. Well, now that we're a little bit further away from the actual event, I'm totally on board with them making Black Panther 2 and using someone else, because we've had 38 Batmans, 500 Spider-Mans, and 2,000 Supermans. So I see no problem with, as long as it's not Michael B. Jordan, because he is getting all the work right now, and I need him to calm down. I'm about sick of you. Mike, you need to sit down for a year. I need a year of you not on the big screen, please. I'm about sick of you. But I don't know. I don't know who they would find. Maybe my boy.
Well, what I meant was your reaction to Chadwick Boseman specifically.
Oh, I wept. That was Superman. That was Black Superman for us. Like that was our hero, and losing him was not like the Black Panther died, but it was kind of, with everything else going on, it was a lot to have that symbol die of cancer right in front of you so quickly, and then to have handled it quietly behind the scenes for months and months and months,
Right.
never said a word, just spoke to his character. And it was just like, man, what a good fucking dude, man.
Yeah.
So,
And then, Tim, if you could maybe, what went through your mind with the passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Oh, did Tim leave?
Tim's not here.
Oh, okay. So Cole, you go ahead with that one.
You know, it was interesting to see the different ways as to how people regarded Ruth Bader Ginsburg and her death and her passing. Politically, it was as split as you would think it would be, and I found it amazing that it was this polar split that I saw, and I was like, wow. You know, it was almost as if her passing forgot the impact that she had, which was great on the Supreme Court stand, and it was more along the lines of, "No, don't die, Ruth. Don't die, because we don't want to have a sixth Supreme Court justice who's conservative," and it almost simply died off the importance of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Now, the fact that she, was on the bench for as long as she was and she died. I mean, this was pretty much years in the making.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we wanted to see it go, but we pretty much knew that, she was in her 80s. So, it was like, okay, she was about to go. And just, celebrate what she did. Just celebrate her, no matter what political leaning that you may think she has. Just celebrate the fact that she was a justice who was on the bench for decades, and she made an impact. She made a big time impact. So just celebrate that. Celebrate her life. We didn't really get a chance to celebrate her life as much as we got a chance to politicize her death.
Right.
And I think that to me was the biggest impact that she had in terms of the death of her. But I'm like, man, we should have celebrated her life, and really didn't, because it was all about who was Trump going to appoint.
Right. And that part, obviously, we'll talk about that in a second here. But I did gloss. I had 3 additional deaths in addition to Kobe that I want to talk
better
about.
not be John Bon Jovi.
No, it was The Rock has passed away.
Oh no!
No, he
Oh,
just
Lord.
bought the
He
XFL.
just bought the XFL.
And now he's not going to be Black Adam either. But
God.
watch, that'll get reported as news. Ben Shapiro has died.
Oh gosh.
But the passing of John Lewis,
I'm
I
gonna be
think,
nice,
is one that
let me shut
we can't gloss over. The passing of John Lewis. So this is someone who I think his death did not receive the attention that it should have received across all platforms. If anyone would like to say a few words, here's your chance.
Okay, so it was a rough year for rights activists, whether it's civil rights or women's rights. John Lewis, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and I'm not sure if Elijah
Cummings, I think, I forget if it was late last year or early this year, but yes.
But
Right. It was.
I'll put that in too, because those guys are icons.
Right.
Elijah Cummings and
Yeah.
But it's sort of hard to lose those people in such a short amount of time, because put aside like their status in American government, put aside their status in politics, they were all sort of legends and icons of an era where America was trying to reconcile with a lot of different things.
It's the
Whether
old
it
guard.
be- yeah, exactly. It's the old guard. And I think the reason why there's so much apprehension and tension about it, and like Cole said with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, why we sort of mourned her death rather than celebrated her life, is fear that there's not someone to pick up that banner There's not someone to take up the slack of the fight that she was fighting, or the fight that John Lewis was fighting, or Elijah Cummings was fighting. And I think there's a lot of fear and just a general unknown that those vacuums of those legends we don't know how that's going to be filled. I mean, John Lewis and Elijah Cummings were very high up in the leadership of Congress. Not only were they elder statesmen, but they were chairs of committees and important committees.
And to even add to that, there's also, going beyond the civil rights component, just how the government works, there's this concern now, and the Democratic Party has to deal with it in a lot of ways, where it's like we had these great states people who understood how to run Congress. John Lewis and Elijah Cummings have been around for 30 years. They know all the ins and outs of Congress and how to get things done. And then when they passed away, it's this idea, and even Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she's been around the block. She's a great legal mind, and it's now we just lost 3 people who understand Washington D.C. and understand their perspective fields, and it's kind of the people who are going to replace them are not going to be as talented, and there's not another person like ready to take the reign, not even on a civil rights level, but even how to move Congress around or how to get legislation pushed through, because you need experience to do that, and you need to have a knack for it. And that's also the other thing, going beyond even just the power vacuum of the civil rights and fighting for those things and being advocates for those things. It's now, where is the power in Congress going to lie? And I don't even mean on the opposition. I mean within the Democratic Party to some degree.
Well, yeah, they were people of power. They were people of reverence. Like, when they spoke, people listened. And there's a lot of congressmen and senators who just talk out their ass on both sides of the spectrum.
Was John McCain this year or late last year?
John McCain was 2018.
Yeah, it was a couple years ago.
Because he was the one that was like the final vote on the Trump healthcare plan that killed it. But yeah, they were icons. They were people of power and reverence, and they were people that other congressmen could look up to as representative of what congressmen and statesmen should be. And for Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the same thing for what a Supreme Court justice should be. And having them no longer there it's not just a power vacuum. It's sort of like an emotional vacuum of they were they were the steady hand, and you don't have that anymore.
Exactly.
And I also think with RBG, and this goes into Scalia too, they were also this element and this era of decorum and being civil. And I also think that that's what they represented. I think, she is sort of that last position of civility. And I don't think the Supreme Court's going to be yelling at each other, but I think it's so contentious now with what's happened. And I think it was inching there. And I think that 2020 has pushed that over the waterfall. And because if we look at, Thomas, RBG, Scalia, all those people, they disagreed, but they were civil. Scalia and RBG used to go to the opera after hearing Supreme Court cases, and they were like best friends. And I don't think we're ever going to have that again.
RBG even she even came out and she was criticized for it right away. She came out when Kavanaugh joined the Supreme Court and said she really likes him. You know what I mean? So now whether or not she should or shouldn't is not part of this conversation, but she was someone who did reach across the aisle a lot. Now I think that Biden was also elected because of that whole aspect, but I think Roberts is really the last bastion of that within the Supreme Court, because I don't see Clarence Thomas as a reach across person. Kagan perhaps, but other than Kagan and Roberts, really, I think those are the only two that where you're not 100% sure of how they're going to vote before a particular vote comes up, which is somewhat troubling to me. Now, we'll push this a little bit further here because we want to touch as much as we can, and we don't want to take all day. But we haven't even gotten to the election yet. But before we get to the election, there's two quick bullet points I want to touch on. Obviously, there was a kidnapping plot against Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan.
Oh my
and then, of
God,
course,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then of course, what happened in Kenosha with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
So if you would, Andrew and Tim, if you guys could maybe both give us a minute or so on your thoughts on the Gretchen Whitmer situation, and then Mikey and Cole do the same on Kyle Rittenhouse.
So I'll state it. I think that with the governor, it was very extreme. I think that's a very extreme group. I don't think that represents every, person. And I think it's pretty bad. And I think that obviously it's people are messed up, and that's pretty bad is what I think. And I'm glad that it was stopped. I think law enforcement did their job on that. And obviously, that is a very extreme group that has that position, and so I don't know what else there is to say except that that's not every Republican out there. That's pretty extreme.
No, we weren't. I don't think we were implying that was the case.
And I just think that it's also a sign that there are things in this country that really do need to be flushed out and called out extensively, and that I think that Trump should have issued a better statement on it, saying I condone their action, and I hope that Michigan authorities have.
You mean condemn, not condone? Yeah,
yeah,
because he did kind of say I condone in a lot of ways. So.
But I think that's what it is.
And those geniuses were constructing their whole plot to steal and kidnap the governor through Facebook Messenger, like a couple of fucking idiots.
Not the brightest bunch. Not the brightest bunch.
No.
But Trump was not going to condemn them simply because he has a political goal.
Oh, we
anyway.
You froze there for a half second.
Say that one more time, Cole.
I said Trump wasn't going to condone that because he has a political axe to grind with Whitmer anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Tim, your thoughts on the Whitmer thing?
I think the Whitmer thing is the symptom of a larger problem. Those guys should definitely be tried for sedition and treason for trying to kidnap a governor. That's definitely not cool. But the larger problem is they're part of one of these militias that is growing in power. They're all over the country, and they should be considered extremists because kidnapping an American politician is an extreme act that they were trying to commit, and their positions should be considered extreme, and they should be watched as though they were a terrorist group, because I know COVID pushed them to sort of a tipping point, and they were the same group of guys that tried to storm the Capitol and with guns, but they need to be watched as though they were a terrorist group, because
good luck storming the castle.
That is how they're acting, and they are an extremist group, and they should be dealt with in a way that's accordance to the law.
I know that it better not have been no black Detroit Melissa walking up in that state house with ARs on their back. It would have been a much different headline.
Well, does anybody know how close we were to an actual issue? Does anybody know how much pressure it takes to pull a trigger of a gun?
Say again.
How much pressure does it take?
Yeah.
Was it like 4 or 5 pounds of force?
It's like 3 to 4 pounds of force. Yeah. We were legitimately 3 to 4 pounds away from a massacre in the Michigan State House, or Capitol. That is terrifying.
And the police treated those people with kid gloves,
which was the right move, because when you're 4 pounds of pressure away from legitimately a massacre where legitimately I would have easily 120 people would have been shot. Not killed in that position, but that's what it would have looked like.
But
Yeah,
it
in
should
that
never
circumstance.
happened.
Hands down.
I think that's a perfect segue to the 3 or 4 pounds of force that did happen in Kenosha. Cole, why don't you go first?
You know, it's amazing how you have someone who is considered a hero for creating a violent act when he didn't have to. You know, I think that is what I don't get. And the fact the dude lived a few minutes away and in another state from where he actually decided to legally murder, and yes, I will call it that, legally murder a couple of people, is beyond comprehension for me. And it is hard in 2020, in many years too, but it's hard in 2020 to not look at this same 17-year-old, and if he was not white, if he was black, or if he was Asian, or if he was Latino, I really do not think he would have gotten the favor that he received from just simply killing 2 people. I don't get it. And it is yet another testament to how people look at things in same thing in 2 different ways. Because you had one side who just looks at this and says, how is this soon to be adult that irresponsible and wanted to shoot things down? And you have the other side saying, well, I'm glad we had this guy here because he quelled a situation that could have gone further and spiraled further out of control. He killed 2 people and didn't have to kill anybody.
Yeah, and blew off another guy's arm.
Right. And supposedly he was there to treat other people who was injured. Really? Really?
That's
no.
what the gun was for.
And
Mikey?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the gun was
Go
for treating people at distance and at range. No, I hate this one. It's too big.
Pause.
Damn it.
Pause.
Oh, we got to get a drop of that. Please record that and send it to me. I will get that on the board.
Cool.
Yes, that's going to be a good one. This is another case of the same stuff we've been talking about with things being systemic, because the crowd is literally yelling, him, he's the shooter. And the police drove right past him. And I'm just sitting there, I'm watching the video. I'm like, yo, he's right there. He's right there. I'm like, oh, they finna.
More than one unit drove past him.
I'm like, how the hell did I miss this kid sitting there with an AR across his? And then I'm like, oh, okay, so then maybe there's somebody walking across the street that's like he's talking to. Oh no, he was out that corner all by himself. The police left, and then what did he do? He ended up just going home.
His mom came and picked him up.
Mommy came and picked him up after she dropped him off after he was playing vigilante, and then took him on home. He had some mac and cheese, slept in his own bed. That I don't know of anybody who shoots and kills people and then goes home. And this is the problem. So when you have someone who isn't mentally ready to be in that situation, who isn't ready for that weapon system, there is no adult. Yeah. There is no.
Who was it? Ricky Schroeder and Scott Baio? Was that who bailed him out?
Yeah.
Was it Scott Baio? Ricky Schroeder for sure.
It was the guy who owns fuck, I can't remember what it was. Losing my train of thought. But damn it, it's gone now. Damn you, Ease. Curse you. It was something to the effect of with the weapon system. So he's clearly not able to handle this properly mentally, because no one shoots somebody on the street and then doesn't talk to the police, doesn't clear things up, doesn't say there's a guy injured over there, there's a guy shot over there, I had to discharge my weapon so many times.
My Pillow guy, thank you.
My Pillow, there you go.
Yeah.
That's not how any of this works, and that's the beginning of all firearms training. is you don't just walk around with your weapon loaded, discharge your weapon, someone is injured, and then you don't follow up, you don't check in with the police, you don't do anything, you just go home. They had to go across state lines to go get him. That's insane. Insane.
I'm wondering, Andrew, do you have a thought on why the heroism for this guy that you can maybe help? I'm not saying that you feel this. I'm not saying that you feel this, but I'm hoping that you don't. But again, there are people on your team who make him a hero. Can you help us understand why they do that?
So I don't get it. I legitimately don't get it. And I just feel like maybe, and this is my guess, and it's not a great argument, but maybe we're at a point in America where it's you have to pick the side and you have to pick all the good arguments with the shitty arguments, and we're that divided. That's my only guess. And I understand it's not a great argument, but again, I'm just throwing a guess out there where it's kind of like you got your steak on the plate and you got your Brussels sprouts and you need both. Like and it's a bad argument, but I'm wondering if we're at that stage. Like that's my only guess because I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it, and I'm being very, very open about it because I don't know.
Unless we forget that the first thing that certain news organizations did is they started digging up the personal lives of the people who were shot.
Right.
As if that had anything to do with this child.
He was arrested for weed in 1984.
Oh my God. So then what? Did he rob the Cheetos factory after that? Look, I'm new to this whole THC lifestyle. All I want to do is eat ice cream. That's all I want to do. I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm out there doing nothing crazy. That's it. Why do the people who are killed always have to go on trial? But the kid literally has blood on his hands and he just drives away. None of his militia buddies stopped him. No one did the right thing and no one was held accountable. Were you saying, Cole?
Cole, the last, wrap it up for us because then we'll move to the election.
All right. Well, it's simply put in plain. This is America for you. I mean, it seriously is. It is to the point now where you have whatever belief you have, whatever political belief you have, that is who's going to support you. So guaranteed, if Rittenhouse was a Democrat, or if it was told that he was a Democrat, Republicans would want to have him be buried under the jail.
Yep.
Instead, it's the opposite. And it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be, well, your morality is determined by the political affiliation you have.
Right.
And this is yet another story where the political affiliation determines how the story moves, not just in the media, but in society at large. And that is becoming more and more disturbing by the minute.
I agree. Hold on, Dutch. Dutch boy's getting his stuff here. Come on, Detective Dutch. Get them earbuds in there. There he is. Now he hears me.
The kid needed a hug. All right, so let's wrap up with the creme de la creme. As if we didn't talk about enough of 2020. We haven't even talked about the election yet. So
are we in November yet?
Yeah, we're in November. So we've been dancing around a little bit. There's probably like 9 other stories that we didn't even talk about. That's how crazy this year is. But let's get to the creme de la creme. Number one, Joe Biden comes back from being like, if you look at what he did in Iowa, he was like fucking last place in Iowa of the ones who were considered major candidates. We're not talking about Tulsi or, a couple of the other outliers on that. And then Bloomberg comes in, and then Tom Steyer, who I really like, by the way, comes in. But then Joe Biden pulls away, Buttigieg pulls out, Klobuchar pulls out. Pause.
Yeah,
and by the way, we say pause to any possible sexual innuendo, Andrew. That's why we do that. So if I say I'm coming quickly, then pause. So we get to the election. One thing that I think has been neglected a lot, especially when it comes to election fraud, and this is a story that is glossed over completely, is that in July or August, Brad Pascal was fired by Trump. Now, what did Brad Pascal do? Him and Jared Kushner basically ran the campaign along with Kellyanne Conway since 2016. Now, we all know that Trump has cried fraud. He started a commission by executive order after 2016 to investigate fraud. So this is not new. Of course, that commission found nothing and was disbanded after 9 months. He cried fraud after the 2016 primaries in Iowa and said that Ted Cruz had committed fraud. So Brad Pascal listens to this 4-year narrative of fraud and says, you know what, President Trump, I have a plan to mitigate fraud in the upcoming 2020 election. Here is my plan to stop all fraud. Trump subsequently fired him.
That'll teach him.
Why? Now, if
That ain't so.
because he said, and this is my opinion. I don't know if Andrew will agree or disagree with this. I know the other three of you probably will. Wait, Brad. I think you're missing it. There is actually this is all, we're making this up, so I can't have fraud mitigation there, because if we're mitigating it, I can't say that it actually happened, and I need the idea of fraud in order to perpetuate these lies to the American people, because we all know there is actually not going to be any widespread fraud. That's not to say that there won't be irregularities or a case here or there of one thing happening, or that you can't, and this has nothing to do with fighting, the court battle of, when votes can be counted and when they can't be counted. Those are different issues. We're talking about fraud. So, Brad, I can't have you running around here mitigating fraud and putting a plan in place to stop any fraud, because if you do that, I won't be able to cry fraud later. And it's the message that counts. So we get to Biden versus Trump. We get through all of these ridiculous debates. We get through all of the yelling, Biden doing horribly, Trump doing even worse. We get to the vote. Trump takes a huge lead on election night. And then Biden obviously catches up the next day. It's akin to the fact that if Cole and I were running for class president, and due to COVID, they said to me, okay, because we don't want everybody coming out the same day. If you're voting for Cole, come Monday. If you're voting for Dutch, come Tuesday. And then Cole says, look, I'm up 150 votes to 0. Why is he getting all of these votes the next day? That kind of starts to make sense, because Biden obviously urged mail-in voting, and Trump said mail was corrupt and horrible and tried to Thanos snap away all of the mailboxes. So we're at the election. Biden, obviously, and Trump, this is still somewhat ongoing in a lot of ways, at least as far as the narrative goes on OANN. Newsmax finally called Trump president-elect, but there's still a huge fraud thing out there. So the election is the election. That's one thing. That's historic, more votes than any other election in history, because of the fact that a lot of mail-in ballots were, people applied for mail-in ballots. There were states that sent out applications for mail-in ballots, et cetera, which means that you're going to get more votes. And it turned out that both Trump and Biden both got more votes than any other president in American history, or candidate in American history. Both of them did. And I think that it's fair to also say that 90% of the votes for Biden were not necessarily votes for Biden, but votes for anti-Donald Trump. Did anyone here vote for Biden because they love Biden? I didn't. Raise your hand if you're sure. Confident.
Totally me.
Yeah. So
I think Biden's really got some great. No.
Nobody. I don't think anyone hated him, but that was the whole thing. So we're at the fraud conversation. It has really usurped the entire year, and it's become the greatest story. So unless there's an end boss waiting on New Year's Eve, which there might be,
Cthulhu is coming out of the ocean, baby. He's been waiting for this time.
It may very well be. I mean, the evangelicals do say that Trump is the second coming of Cyrus, and that he's ushering in a purification of America. Obviously, we had the Amy Coney Barrett thing, but which we kind of glossed over. But we don't have time for that. So let's talk about the election and the fraud subsequent. I'm going to give Andrew the first crack at the bit here. So just reflect on the whole situation for us from your perspective.
So this is tough, because I think it's messaging. I think it's playing really, really well. It's also easy. Everybody knows the word fraud. Fraud sounds a certain way. Words sound a certain way. Also, Trump, just as a speaker, he speaks like a sixth grader by definition, whether that's intentional or not.
Stop insulting sixth graders.
No, but the Boston Globe actually wrote an entire article on this, and that's why Trump did very well in 2016, is because people in America don't actually speak above like a 12th grade level, which is insane. Most Americans don't. And this isn't stereotyping, and it's on both parties. That's why Bernie was doing great with college students, but not doing great with like high school students, is because of that, because of the dialect. And so I think it's just messaging, and I think it's an amazing way for him to raise money and also have this narrative and say, well, look, they're being unfair. And I think that, there might be slight elements of fraud where there might be 1,000 votes here or there, but I don't think there's enough to overturn the election. But I think he's just making a small issue into a giant issue because it's easy to do it. It's easy to inflate something. But
there was one fake vote, so therefore, re-election. We're going to do it again. We're going to start over from scratch and see if I win this time.
And so that's what I think. But I also don't think that there can be, because if we look at it, if there was, I'll give an example of how it would be really, really great. And this would be an amazing win for him. Let's say that the House went all blue. Every seat in the House of Representatives went blue. Everybody here would say that is clear election fraud, because that is statistically impossible. So,
right.
so
I would agree with that.
And you could have, stuff. And what's crazy is that we obviously don't know the fate of the Senate at the moment, but we know that the House lost seats for the Democrats. Didn't flip it, but they lost seats. And so obviously the Republicans made some serious gains going into 2020 in the House. For a reason, and they flipped a bunch of blue seats. And so obviously I think it's just a big thing, and it also speaks about obviously, well, you stated already, I don't think anybody particularly loves Biden. I think Biden is a placeholder. Getting back to normalcy is what the vote was for, in my opinion, at the very least. But I think people like some Republican policies on business and other things, and they're like, well, what it is, I like some of this, but I don't like the guy who's delivering the message with Trump. I think that's what 2020 was about.
I think I'll echo that a lot, in that I think that the fact that Democrats did better down, or didn't do as well down ticket, is it speaks volumes, because and a lot of times this is used by Republicans to say that doesn't make any sense. He's the bastion for the Republican message, so how could he not do better than the people down ticket who are only the supporting cast? Because they forget that as polarizing as he is to the right, he's equally anti-polar, or polarizing in a negative way, to independents and former Republicans like me, and especially to people on the left who, there's no chance that they were going to vote for him. So it actually, any other outcome other than, I think that the Senate, I was surprised that the Republicans will likely keep the Senate. I think I was surprised by that, because I thought the Democrats were going to lose seats in the House, and I thought they were going to gain a couple of seats in the Senate. That obviously hasn't happened. I don't think will happen, because I think Georgia will probably slightly go red. But
you just reminded me, Dutch. We forgot something.
What's that?
The stimulus.
Yeah, we did forget about the stimulus, but I guess we can package that in with this.
So did Washington.
Yeah. But the point of the matter is that if you look at the psychology of it, let's be honest. Just because people hate Trump doesn't mean they automatically love Democratic messaging.
I mean, look at Representative Spanberg. I think Abigail Spanberg, and I might be missing a name or two of hers, but she's in Virginia. And what she said, and she openly said it to the Democratic Party, we got to stop talking about defunding the police. And I think that was a major issue where I think it made a lot of people who were on the fence vote a certain way. And I think it's exactly that. I think the Democrats fucked up on messaging this election. And I think that, and I think that that's the major fall where that's how I feel. And I was actually very shocked that the Republicans gained seats in the House. I had a feeling they were going to keep the Senate, and it's looking like that. And I didn't know what was going to happen with the presidency. I thought it was a coin toss. I really thought it was a coin toss but I definitely did not. I thought the Democrats were going to maybe lose a seat or two in the House. I didn't expect like 9 or 11 of them. And that completely shocked me.
I disagreed with that forecast a little bit because I thought they were going to lose 5 or 6 or 7 seats in the House. They did worse than what I thought. I just felt the polls were off by 6%, and I stand, or 4.5%, and I stand by that to a degree. But between 4 and 6%, I thought the polls were off. But the Senate, I did think they were going to get the Senate, and mostly because I thought Susan Collins was going to lose. But
I think Susan Collins thought Susan Collins.
Yeah, I was astonished that she won, and really, Mitch McConnell kind of gave her the win at the last minute because Mitch McConnell allowed Susan Collins to vote against Amy Coney Barrett. She got a blessing from him to do so. So that I think possibly saved.
I also think the Democrats misspend money in the Senate.
Of course.
$100 million against Mitch McConnell, $100 million against Lindsey Graham. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, and it was sad because you kind of knew that both of those were going to go the wrong way. I do think that Kennedy, I think his last name was was it Jamie something in North Carolina.
Kennedy. He used to be a reality TV show guy, and now he's. No, I'm just kidding.
No, was that the guy's name? Was it Jamie? I forget the guy who ran against Lindsey Graham's name right now, but it was Jamie something. But he ran a great campaign, but he didn't. He obviously didn't win. He lost by 4 or 5 points. Mitch McConnell, I think, was a pipe dream to begin with. It
was a mistake in which the Democrats are really good at raising money. I think it's like Act Blue, brilliant way they built that out. Hands to the Democrats on that, because that is far better than what the Republicans have on raising money in small donations. But to waste a good chunk of that against Mitch McConnell, idiotic. To be polite, there's about 20 other words that I could use.
They're somewhat like Will Smith. They were great, circa the 80s or the 90s. He was great at making money and not so great at spending it. But all right, so what is your thoughts? Let's just go from the bottom of the screen up. We'll go Tim, Cole, Mikey, go. On the election.
I have very many thoughts. So as far as the campaign went, Trump knew that he wasn't going to win on election night, and he had a strategy, however brilliant you want to call it, of beforehand making sure everyone knew that mail-in ballots were illegal and that they were fraud and all that. So when it came time, when he was ahead and he started losing his advantages, he could say, "Oh, that's fraud. That's fraud because I said it was fraud. It was going to be fraud the whole time." Secondly, as far as the
Jamie Harrison, sorry about that.
Yeah, Jamie Harrison. As far as the money spent, the Democrats wasted a lot of money on Mitch McConnell. They wasted a good amount of money on Lindsey Graham too. Lindsey Graham, by the way, his re-election campaign in 2020 was the most expensive Senate campaign in history. And AOC had the most expensive House race in history.
Money out of politics, please. Money out of politics.
I have a background in campaign finance. I've been the treasurer on a few campaigns, and it's basically my college degree. But
so you're very good at wasting money too.
Yes. $14 billion was spent in this campaign in total. That is more than double 2016.
Amy McGrath is the one that was going against Mitch McConnell.
By the way,
she was a good candidate.
I think that she was the safe bet for the Democrats. in Kentucky, but I mean, a Democrat winning a Senate race in Kentucky is such a long shot.
You better be running on the moonshine party.
Yeah. Even
Well,
with someone
it goes to show though that they don't really care about the military.
yeah.
You know, because but they will when it's Martha McSally, but not when it's her. So it makes no sense.
And as far as cash goes, Biden had a huge cash advantage over Trump because Trump wasted all of his money. He had so much money coming out of 2016. In the beginning, he had more money than any candidate in a primary. And he wasted it all on like a 4-year-long campaign that he didn't need to run. He should have saved his money. He didn't have an opponent. He was already the president. He pissed away all his money. And when it came time for September and October, he didn't have the money for the ad buys. He didn't have the money to go out and do anything but rallies. And then COVID happened and he couldn't go out and do the rallies. He did them anyway because he had to. That was the only way he was going to get his message out because he couldn't outspend Biden. And Andrew's right. Act Blue raised more money than any platform ever for Democrats.
And they beat out Citizens United.
Yeah.
Which is astonishing. And ALEC too, I believe.
Our campaign finance system is a mess. Our campaign finance laws are at this point gutted. The Federal Election Commission is a non-entity, basically. They need to, if we want to get our campaign finance situation under control, we need to give the Federal Election Commission some actual teeth, make them a committee in Congress instead of this bipartisan commission that's never going to get anything done. Give them actual subpoena power, give them legal power, and give them money, because they don't have any resources to go after any campaign finance fraud. They don't have any money to go after super PACs who are doing whatever they want.
Yeah.
And they don't have the authority to prosecute. They can write reports, they can make suggestions, but beyond that, these super PACs and campaigns even are allowed to do whatever they want. And it's true on a federal level, it's true on a state level, and it's true on a local level.
I hate money in politics.
Me too.
I hate it.
Hashtag me too. So Cole, let me phrase it to you a little bit differently. Specifically on Biden and like the reason why you feel that Biden won the presidency, even though he wasn't like your biggest, I'm sure he wasn't your favorite. Like, speak to why you feel like America voted in such numbers, 81 million Americans for Biden.
I really believe that I have to go all the way back to before January, when we were seeing the Democratic pool form and coalesce, and we were hearing the hype of diversity in the presidential pool. You know, we were seeing a black woman run, we were seeing white women running, and we saw a gay person run, and we were touting this all the way.
Oh, the horror.
Mm-hmm. All the way until March, when we saw a 77-year-old white man and a 78-year-old white man battle it out to see who was going to represent the Democratic Party. And even then, I was seeing the malaise of, oh, great. So the guy who's going to go against Trump is going to be basically my grandfather or father, if you're old enough. Not someone who is youthful, not someone who represents the new guard, but somebody who basically has had a foot in Washington for at least 3 decades.
Yep.
That's who's going to represent the Democratic Party, who's supposed to be the one that's more liberal, the one that is more of a vanguard. But the conservative party, even though we may agree or disagree with Trump, is proven that they are the vanguard in actually having somebody who was an outsider become president. The irony there. So we get Biden winning And then we see him just go with one gaffe after another. You know, things such as he insults a union worker in Detroit. Things such as when he was on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne at the end, saying, "If you have a struggle between voting for myself and Trump, you ain't black."
Man, oh man.
To other things, you know, such as when he talks. I know he has a stuttering issue. I know that, but when he talks, it's not even the stuttering. It's the, do you really mean that you said what you just said? Moments between March and now. And it was infuriating just to see the ineptitude that was going to be the presidential election of 2020. So, you know, we get to September and October, and I really believe that some Americans were saying, yeah, we're hopeful and we want to either keep the status quo or get the status quo out, but we ain't really feeling this guy. So when we got to November, the reason why you had over 80 million people vote for Biden is because most of them were voting against Trump. This is the biggest example of a protest vote that you will ever come across in your entire life. I do not believe we will ever see again a body of people vote that many votes for one person just to get out somebody else.
Right.
Because it surely was not for the now 78-year-old, soon-to-be oldest president to be elected and sworn into office in the history of the United States. It isn't because of Joseph Robinette Biden that people believe.
Is that his middle name?
That's his middle name. Robinette.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
I'm gonna steal that for my kid.
Come on, Robinette. Time to do your dishes.
As if Robin wasn't feminine enough. Just from the Batman references, running around there in tights. Hey, holy crapple apples, Batman. They threw a at the end. I mean, come on.
Dear friend of the show, Mr. Wayne-Maker 2.0, can Cole tell me he's my father? It's the deepness.
I think he wants you to do the James Earl Jones.
Oh yeah, James Earl Jones. Yeah. Well, Waymaker 2.0, I am your father.
God.
No, it's not true.
It's not possible.
Well, just remember that first debate was worse than the Star Wars holiday special.
Oh, yeah. Let me touch the first debate real fast.
Pause.
This is the pure plain example of having two get off my lawn people up on the stage ever. Because they did not care about the people. They didn't care about their staffs. They didn't care about their party. They only cared about themselves. Because you couldn't have two people who really just simply were like, we up here, you got to deal with it. And that's how it felt to me, all 90 minutes. And it's like I could be about, well, yeah, Trump wanted to interrupt, which he always does. And Biden wants to play the victim, which he always does. But it was glossed over by the fact that you had those two and Chris Wallace, who supposedly is neutral, was so unabashedly leaning toward Biden because he just simply said, I just had enough of Trump in that particular moderation. It was horrible. It was horrible. And that, to me, that first debate is tantamount to how I believe governing in the United States is.
It was worse than a flat earther debate on YouTube. It was so much crosstalk. It was awful.
Yeah. Yeah. And then it made the second debate they had be considered gold standard. And that was just a debate.
And let's not forget about the amazing town halls. You know, where Biden was talking about things that had nothing to do with the questions asked, and Trump had that black woman in the back with the red skirt going like this, to every single thing that he said. She was like, "Yeah, yeah." And I'm like, "What the fuck?"
I mean, yeah. I mean, it was to the point where, it was to the point where I had to find things in the lead into the election day to entertain me, to actually say, okay, I think I can tolerate the race, such as when Trump at the end of his rallies would play YMCA by the Village People, and a dude acted like he was on a Nordic stair climber, but it was called dancing. I mean, it was that putrid, and I think it was a sign of Americans who is like, okay, I think we're just sick of seeing who we're just going to vote for somebody, and it goes back to what I heard when I heard VH1 talk about the Gore Bush presidential campaign, and they said it best. They said Gore won the popular vote, Bush won the electoral vote, but neither man rocked the vote.
Yeah.
And we saw on the first Tuesday in November, extending into the second Tuesday in November, neither man rocked this vote. It was just more like, we just want this crap to be over.
My favorite lawn
Hold a
sign
Band-Aid.
that I saw out there was Biden 2020. Okay, whatever, but this is bullshit.
Mhm. Right. Oh, and there was another bus that said, we're settling for Biden.
Yeah.
I mean, that right there, that mentality, that is what was infiltrating all of the 2020 campaign. It was just like, we just need to get this over.
And I think that's what people feel in this country, and it's very scary. I think in 2016 that didn't exist. I think people were scared, but I didn't think people were like, we're settling or we're going to just handle this. But I just think people are just like, we need almost a reset. And that's what I think.
I think you're right. It was the brick. It was the brick. I think Ben Shapiro said it best. He was like, the Trump vote in 2016 was twofold. Hillary was cataclysmically and historically bad as a candidate.
Horrible.
Number two, though, was politics needs a brick through the window. And a lot of people threw a brick through the window with the Trump vote and then realized that they wish they hadn't broke the window.
They can't do that while they're in a submarine 20,000 leagues under.
But I think
I know we're going down, but I'm sick of this submarine.
But with Hillary, I think it was necessary because I think people really did not want that Clinton dynasty.
I hear what you're saying,
Well,
but
that and the Bernie
have to open up the hatch whilst underwater. We have to get back to the surface, and then let's have that conversation.
She thought if she busted a hole in the submarine, that she'd be able to swim out of the hole, forgetting all of the water that's going to rush into it and kill her. So
very fast swimmer, very fast swimmer.
And then you have, I'm the fastest swimmer. And then you have the added dynamic of, that was really the birth of QAnon with the Seth Rich conspiracy and everything like that was happening at the time, that just, the Clinton crime family thing. And Hillary never, she played into it so much by literally fucking Bernie Sanders over. So, but again, we're talking 2020. So, Mikey, speak to us on your thoughts on what's been happening since then with this overwhelming effort to just subvert democracy in total and overturn an election.
So I'm gonna get in here nice and comfortable with you guys. I'm going to tell you a couple of secrets about the industry that you may not already know. As a YouTuber and a podcaster, let me tell you something.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. So,
oh man, we lost Dutch. I'm just playing. I had to do it. As a YouTuber and a podcaster, let me tell you, this election. Oh boy. You want to talk about a content-heavy season? Well, I mean, we're just raking in the content. We got stories falling out of our ears. We got so many stories. We've been 4 hours on a recap for 1 year. This is insane. So, as much as I loved having all this stuff to talk about, I can put the ball down when it's someone else's turn to play. I think a lot of people got addicted to all that delicious, sweet, lucrative, delicious money that was just pouring in. We was getting a lot of views. Ooh, we was getting some views, and we was getting Patreon, and we was getting super chats. Oh, it was nice. Ooh, it was nice while it lasted. But guess what, guys? You have to stop with the bullshit. Okay? Like, I know you really want to hold that audience. You got them and you don't want to lose them. They'll come back if your content is good. Please stop with the bullshit about the flipping, they're trying to steal the election. You're doing that for content again. You're saying that thing for content. We have to let that go now. We have to go back to being a responsible country again. We've had our fun. We had 4 years of all the stories you could do in 30 podcasts talking about this administration. Just the 4 years that we've just went through. You can have a 30 different shows about it. Let it end. Let it end. You don't have to act like someone's trying to overthrow the government, because that does happen in places. But y'all don't talk about that. I haven't seen the same people who are talking about election fraud don't talk about Nigeria at all. They have nothing to say about Brexit. They have nothing to say about the Middle East. They have no idea what's going on in Indonesia. They haven't said shit about Shanghai. So there are stories where people's governments are being overthrown. And it's obvious and it's demonstrable. But you guys don't talk about that. You just keep beating this same Trump crazy drum to get people whipped up and scared about things. Well, like I said to Andrew earlier, you may not mean to convince people otherwise, but when the minority is so small and the majority is so big, your slight influence changes things in ways that you don't foresee happening. So knock it off with the bullshit, or I will show up to all of your shows and make a mess of things.
So say it again. Let it what?
Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go.
It is snowing
All right.
cats and bananas out here. I just looked out the window. I was just like, did he do that with his voice?
So Mikey,
all
right. $1 million
song. Podcast just for you to crash.
This is
Yes, I will definitely show up and just start rubbing my feet all in y'all couches.
All right, so let's let it go. So let's move to this, and we'll end the podcast with this.
Oh, please.
Your favorite pop culture moment from 2020? Is it The Mandalorian? Is it The Boys? What is it? Something else? What was it that you took positive from this year? Tim, go first.
Okay, I got two actually. One specifically for Andrew. I don't know where he'll fall on this, but the first one is definitely The Boys, because that show is fantastic. And the other one is Kenny Omega winning the AEW World Heavyweight Championship.
Oh, going recent.
Okay, so white people go first, Andrew.
See, no, now,
Wow.
See what I got to deal with on a day-to-day basis, Cole. You should see his text messages. Here, I'll screen share them.
So I got two. So John Moxley losing to Kenny Omega. No. Probably my favorite thing that's happening right now is that Attack on Titan is back, and I'm a big anime fan. So that just started.
I never finished season 2, so I'm right there with you.
So it's super exciting, and I'm stoked for it, and I love where it's going. I'm not going to ruin anything. I know where it's going with the manga and all, but I think that's kind of the biggest takeaway, along with Ruby, because I'm a big anime fan. So yeah, that's my stuff, and so that's where I'm at, and that's kind of what 2020 is saving grace right there for me.
All right, Mikey.
Okay, I'll go. I got engaged. So that's
all right.
That was my favorite part of 20.
Congratulations to you. Condolences to her. Moving on.
Yeah.
Wow.
We got to get her a new prescription on them glasses, because it should not have been this easy.
Clearly.
It should not have been this easy.
Clearly.
Oh.
Cole, you're up, my man.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. Well, in terms of personal, I actually do work from home, so that's the personal high note for 2020 for me. Pop culture note, nothing in entertainment really got my goat, including Mandalorian. I liked it, but it wasn't like, wow.
Yeah.
But it's definitely sports.
Yeah.
Well, 54, that was the biggest moment for me. Easily, without question. It was a great game to watch, and it was great to see a talent such as Patrick Mahomes ascend himself to be the best quarterback in the league.
That was this year? Oh my God. It seems like 11 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, that was
crazy.
Almost 11 months ago.
That was before the dark times.
Right.
That is wild.
Right.
All right.
What about you, Dutch?
Well, I'm going to say I have two also. I'm going to say one of mine.
See, how come everybody?
I'm going to ask for Cole to echo this. I loved The Last Dance. It brought me back.
About that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was good.
So did that bring you back to the 90s, Cole? Like it did for me? Like it was just an amazing ride back through history.
It did. It brought it back to the 90s and even the 80s too, because they glossed over, not glossed over, but they hinted at, okay, this was the journey that led up to the 1998 season. So yeah, it was a great nostalgic trip back in time.
I have to interrupt.
And it was a wonderfully done documentary.
I have to interrupt. Dutch, I have to say this out loud. You have to get the Gary Payton talking trash about Mike and Mike laughing. We need that on the soundboard.
I can do that.
Where you got the talent. Well,
we'll have to have a contest between that laugh and the laugh that I have already gotten, which I can't play right now, from Kenneth Copeland, where he goes, "Joe Biden's president." Ha ha
ha. Oh my God.
I'm voting MJ over that. Nah, dude.
Here's another one for your board, Mikey. If you could find the soundbite, and I took that personally, please add that to your board.
Oh, from Last Dance?
From Last Dance, yeah.
Yes. That's what we need. We need more MJ clips. That's what we've been missing.
And Charles Barkley too. There's so many.
Oh, he is an idiot.
That's terrible.
That's terrible.
That prom is so white, it should go snowboarding. I'm
not a role model. I'm not a role model.
It used to be on the soundboard, but no longer. And then the last one is just in general. I love the fact that, and I'm a big theater guy, but I love the fact that Marvel, Star Wars, Star Trek, even although it's on platforms that are hard to get to, like who wants to subscribe?
CBS Go,
right?
Yeah.
But they've done the right thing. That I think they just need to get it on to one of the main platforms. And DC, even with a lot of the stuff with CW, Crisis on Infinite Earths was really fucking well done. The series themselves aren't that great, but but that miniseries was, and the fact that content is going to where it's not necessarily in the theater so much as you can enjoy it from your home. And yes, it's going to be expensive to get all these streaming services month to month. But if comics are moving away from print but we're going to things like WandaVision and, Winter Soldier and Mandalorian and, Star Trek, Picard and stuff like that, where you can get these bits and pieces of it and have these miniseries like were so popular in the 80s. I think that is great because it gives you so much more to focus on what it is that you want to watch and get content in with what you want to watch and see more stuff at a time that's convenient for you, right? It's like it's not on at 8/7 Central.
It's a la carte now.
Right, exactly. So that would be mine. So in closing, first of all, thank you to everybody for coming on. Real quick, if we can go with Cole and then Andrew and then, well, Tim, you don't have a podcast right now, so we'll skip you on this until you get one. But Cole and then Andrew, tell the people where you can find all your shit.
All right. Well, I will just basically focus on the sports stuff only on this one.
Man of a million podcasts, Cole Johnson.
Yes. I have one in Revelations, but I won't talk about that, or one on Get Over Divorce. Won't talk about that either. But I will talk about the one that I am known for and why I am actually on this platform. I am on Spreaker and all other places where you can search podcasts, and I'm also on YouTube. I am mainly now on YouTube, and you can go at YouTube /C/Cole Sports with
the
Z.
Z.
I like that.
All right. And then you also have Revelations podcast and
Right.
Get Over Divorce as well. So, which we can all use that because we're all divorcing ourselves from Trump. Andrew,
It's a mutual separation.
Actually,
We're sleeping in separate beds.
Actually, okay, Andrew, I got to pause you for a second. Over under. How long before Melania leaves? Over under 5 years. Go.
Under.
Over. I'm gonna take.
Oh, Andrew, we gonna take your money, big man.
Well, I guess that
it's for
never.
Barron, guys. I'm betting on Barron keeping them together.
The future president.
She gonna take that kid so
When
fast.
does he get out of high school? Because that'll be the year.
That woman will be first be spoken out of DC with Barron.
All right, so your podcast, what do you got going on, Andrew? Tell us all about your evil, hateful, conservative rhetoric that you spew.
I run 2 interview shows. So one of them is called Pop Anime Comics Lounge, and it's everywhere, and it's 124 episodes this Sunday. So there's a lot of content there, and I do voice actors, comic book writers, artists, cosplayers, and indie wrestlers. And then my other show is a Facebook Live one where I do a lot of indie comic people and a lot of indie wrestlers on there. And I just actually completed season 1 about a week ago. And so season 2 is coming. I got a goal of 150. And we just talk to people. And it's not politics because everybody gets enough of that with all this stuff. So it's just a good time. And there's a lot of cool people out there. And might be somewhat conservative, but I have everybody on there. I've had people who are transgender. I've had people who are gay and lesbians. I've had people like Chuck Dixon, who's a conservative, who created Bane, and then everybody in between. So I'm pretty open. I'm not your traditional conservative individual. Despite me being labeled as hateful and getting criticized for a lot of stuff, I'm pretty open about what I'm doing. So definitely.
Does anyone know who this is? Who's Will Ospreay? Do y'all know who that is?
He's a
Wrestler.
famous indie wrestler.
Oh, well, he'll be on.
I think he was either in New Japan or is currently in New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Okay, well, whenever we need a question for something, we just ask Tim.
Yeah, just ask Tim.
Yeah, so that we're gonna. And let me just say this: I think I've found my new favorite conservative to have on the show because outside of maybe Will Chambers, because he's a lot like you. But I think so. I'm happy to have heard a conservative because you never know what you're going to get. I'll
be the first to say there are some people who are very extreme, very out there, and it's complicated in this entire conservative field because there's a lot of different sections and a lot of different elements.
There's a spectrum, yeah. There's a spectrum. So, thank you for that. So, with that being said, I will pass the mic to close the show to Antifa.
Oh, can I plug my thing first?
Oh no!
Yeah.
Fuck you and your food truck. Okay.
No.
I want that food truck so bad. I want the food truck.
So yeah, I have a food truck.
That's just.
I have a food truck in Connecticut, but if you need food in North Carolina, call me and I'll drive down.
Andrew,
$8 a taco.
I'll bring my food truck.
You called us ice, John Murphy.
I
What?
live in Stratford. How far are you from Stratford?
I'm in Bethel, and I don't even know where that is. So, I legitimately moved here.
Away. I'll bring. Listen, Andrew, I will bring the food truck to your house.
Wonderful.
And COVID-21.
Yes. So yeah, I have a food truck. It's called The Melting Truck. We have a website now. It's themeltingtruck.com. We also have a Facebook. It's facebook.com/themeltingtruck if you want to go and like it. I did have a podcast that is currently on hiatus because my partner can't do it with me right now because of COVID. But it's called the Writer's Basement Podcast. And I'm also brewing up either a politics podcast or a wrestling podcast. I'm not sure yet, but keep you updated.
I'm gonna get you and Irish Swede together.
Ooh,
y'all would make a good combo. I'm playing matchmaker. This is what I do. Media mogul, Mikey Famine.
We did gloss over the fact that Trump did declare Antifa a terrorist organization. So go ahead, Mikey, and close out with your Antifa spokes message of the week.
So this week, everybody, I want you to take your $600 checks and buy lots of soup for your family.
Oh, by the way, they voted down the 2,000.
I know the bastard.
While we were on the podcast.
I had to run in the background, but I couldn't hear what they were saying.
There was no vote. They blocked it. They blocked it. They were going to do an immediate vote, and it got blocked. It can still get voted,
Mitch
but
pulled
it has
a
to go
Mitch.
through process.
Mitch pulled a Mitch.
No, I have a procedural question here, and I swear to God, we can go home. I promise. But Tim, what the actual fuck? How the hell can someone just say, no, we're not voting on it?
Because he's the speaker. He's the majority leader, and he sets the agenda. So he said, hey, we're not doing this vote right now. You have to go through the regular process. They were trying to skip the regular process.
Right.
This is some bullshit.
This is but this is the perks of being the Senate Majority Leader.
How you just gonna tell us we can't, man? First of all,
I can't wait for Cole to go back and listen to this and hear his voice.
I'm telling you, he got his mic set up just right today.
Yeah, because I'm telling you right now, this is not Cole's voice.
Yes, it is.
No, but it should be.
It is now.
Well, thank you.
Hi, internet.
Welcome to the Jack Off Hour. This is DJ Ease.
Oh my gosh.
2020 is almost done. But before you leave, make sure you guys are hitting up that old Patreon. If you like independent media and you like this show, or you like anyone that's on this show, consider maybe throwing us a couple bucks a month. That helps out, helps keep the lights on. Dutch has to buy all kinds of crazy earbuds, and then some vibrating waterproof massager. He said his neck really hurts all the time. Yeah. But these things are not cheap, because he goes through them so quickly, so ferociously. So yeah, please consider joining the Patreon.
Send all that money you were going to send to Kanye to us.
Yeah. Oh, we forgot all about Kanye.
He's not
the birthday party.
Yeah, that was on purpose.
Oh man, poor Kanye. He's had a rough year. I'm also part of the Bin Podcast. So if you guys want to go over to youtube.com/the Bin Podcast, check us out. Wayne Maker is one of my co-hosts. It's 5 of us from all over the globe talking politics and wrestling and all that fun stuff. So please come hang out with us on Thursdays at 2. And in summation, I'm glad that this year is over, and I'm glad to be part of VFU and be able to hang out with Dutch and Big Haas.
Let me interject there just real quick.
Yeah.
This was a sad year for our podcast, and then we lost TJ.
Yeah.
I miss him. Right. He brought a lot to the show, especially when it came to talking about a lot of the stuff that was passionate to him, comics, basketball, wrestling, in addition to the politics. And we ended up talking more politics because he's gone. But I'm thankful and appreciative of having Mikey here, because he doesn't look very intelligent, but he's actually quite sharp. I appreciate the fact that you've had to have you here and taking a lot of the stuff off of my plate. So, thank you for everything you bring to the show.
Thank you, Dutch.
Let's have sex now.
All right. Looks like we're all out of time this week. But yeah, let's finish out the year, everybody. Be safe. Take care of your friends and each other. Or take care of yourselves.
Thank you, Jerry. Jerry.
Where's Jerry been? Is he doing anything right now?
He is the end boss. We just don't know that yet.
Oh my God! It's gonna be. You know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be fucking Jerry Springer with a double-ended lightsaber. Just
him and his guy, the bouncer, who became
Steve Wilkos.
Yeah, they'll be throwing people around. So Jerry Springer end boss. We'll see in 2 days. So
I hate that guy.
But at least they'll be dancing lesbians.
Thank God for that.
Don't worry, they're strippers before.
Oh, thank God. Jeez. All right, guys. We'll see you next year.
Ooh.
On Voice
sound of that.
from the Underground. Peace out.
Bye-bye.